This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Scott, the Anti Federalist Papers, Section 50, Impartial Examiner, Letter 2. Impartial Examiner, Letter 2, 27 February 1788, continued from our last. Section 8th of the first article gives the Congress a power to, quote, lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, end quote. If it be a true maxim that those who are entrusted with the exercise of the higher powers of government ought to observe two essential rules. First, in having no other view than the general good of all without any regard to private interest. And secondly, to take equal care of the whole body of the community, so as not to favor one part more than the other. It is apparent that under the proposed Constitution, this general Confederate society, made up of 13 different states, will have very little security for obtaining an observance either of the one or of the other rule. For being different societies, though blended together in legislation and having as different interests, no uniform rule for the whole seems to be practicable, and hence it is to be feared that the general good may be lost in a mutual attention to private views. From the same causes we may lament the probability of losing the advantage of the second rule, for it may be expected in like manner that the general care of the whole will be lost by separate endeavors of different legislators to favor their own states. So long as mankind continues to be influenced by interest, the surest means of effecting a union of councils in any assembly is by a union of interests. Now, if it be considered that it is this concert, that it is this union in promoting the general good, which alone can preserve concord in this great republic, and secure its success and glory, unhappy will be the situation of America if she once precludes the beneficial effects of such a good understanding. Yet I apprehend that these evils may result in a great measure from an exercise of that branch of legislative authority which respects internal direct taxation. For in this it is scarcely probable that the interest, ease, or convenience of the several states can be so well consulted in the federal assembly as in their own respective legislatures. So different are many species of property, so various the productions, so unequal the profits arising even from the same species of property in different states, that no general mode of contribution can well be adopted in such a manner as at once to affect all in an equitable degree. Hence may arise disagreeable objects of contention. A diversity of interests will produce a diversity of schemes. Thus, each state, as it is natural, will endeavor to raise a revenue by such means as may appear least injurious to its own interest. A source of dissension manifestly detrimental to the harmony which is necessary to support the Confederation. I cannot conceive it impracticable to reform the federal system in such a manner as to ensure a compliance with the necessary requisitions of Congress from the different state legislatures. Then all the several states being left to raise their own share of the revenue, and being the only proper judges of the mode most convenient to themselves, it is highly probable that this important branch of government would be carried on more generally to the satisfaction of each state, and would tend to promote a spirit of concord between all the parts of this great community, because each being thus accommodated and participating the advantages of the Union, none subjected to any inconvenience thereby, all would consequently concur in nourishing an affection for the government which so cemented them. I believe it is acknowledged that the establishment of excise has been one of the greatest grievances under which the English nation has labored for almost a century and a half. Although this may seem an economical tax arising out of manufactures, from which the industrious may derive advantages, and whereof the wealthy, by consuming the greatest share, will of course contribute the largest proportion of the tax, yet the nature of it being such as requires severe laws for its execution, it has justly become an object of general detestation. This has induced Judge Blackstone to declare that, "the rigor and arbitrary proceedings of excise laws seems hardly compatible with the temper of a free nation." While therefore you are free men, while you are unused to feel any other power, by such as can be exercised within the bounds of moderation and decency, it doubtless behooves you to consider whether it is an eligible step to subject yourselves to a new species of authority, which may warrant the most flagrant violations of the sacred rights of habitation. If this branch of revenue takes place, all the consequent rigor of excise law will necessarily be introduced in order to enforce a due collection. On any charges or offense in this instance, you see yourselves deprived of your boasted trial by jury. The much admired common law process will give way to some quick and summary mode, by which the unhappy defendant will find himself reduced, perhaps to ruin, in less time than a charge could be exhibited against him in the usual course. It has ever been held that standing armies in times of peace are dangerous to a free country, and no observation seems to contain more reason in it. Besides being useless, as having no object of employment, they are inconvenient and expensive. The soldiery, who are generally composed of the dregs of the people, when disbanded or unfit for military service, being equally unfit for any other employment, become extremely burdensome, as they are a body of men exempt from the common occupations of social life, having an interest different from the rest of the community. They wanton in the lapse of ease and indolence, without feeling the duties which arise from the political connection, though drawing their subsistence from the bosom of the state. The severity of discipline necessary to be observed reduces them to a degree of slavery. The unconditional submission to the commands of their superiors, in which they are bound, renders them the fit instruments of tyranny and oppression. Hence they have in all ages afforded striking examples of contributing more or less to enslave mankind, and whoever will take the trouble to examine will find that by far the greater part of the different nations who have fallen from the glorious state of liberty owe their ruin to standing armies. It has been urged that they are necessary to provide against sudden attacks. Would not a well-regulated militia, duly trained to discipline, afford ample security? Such I conceive to be the best. the surest means of protection which a free people can have when not actually engaged in war. This kind of defense is attended with two advantages superior to any other. First, when it is necessary to embody an army, they at once form a band of soldiers, whose interests are uniformly the same with those of the whole community, and in whose safety they see involved everything that is dear to themselves. Secondly, if one army is cut off, another may be immediately raised, already trained for military service. By a policy somewhat similar to this, the Roman Empire rose to the highest pitch of grandeur and magnificence. The Supreme Court is another branch of federal authority, which wears the aspect of imperial jurisdiction, clad in a dread array, and spreading its wide domain into all parts of the continent. This is to be coextensive with the legislature, and like that is to swallow up all other courts of judicature. 4. What is that judicial power which, shall extend to all cases in law and equity, in some having, original, in all others, appellate jurisdiction, but an established universal in its operation? And what is that, appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, but an establishment which may in effect operate as original jurisdiction? Or what is an appeal to inquire into facts after a solemn adjudication in any court below, but a trial de novo? And do not such trials clearly imply an incompetency in the inferior courts to exercise any kind of judicial authority with rectitude? Hence, will not this eventually annihilate their whole jurisdiction? Here is a system of jurisprudence to be erected, no less surprising than it is new and unusual. Here is an innovation which bears no kind of analogy to anything that Englishmen or Americans, the descendants of Englishmen, have ever yet experienced. Add to all, that this high prerogative court establishes no fundamental rule of proceeding except that the trial by jury is allowed in some criminal cases. All other cases are left open, and subject, to such regulations as the Congress shall make. Under these circumstances, I beseech you all, as citizens of Virginia, to consider seriously whether you will not endanger your solemn trial by jury, which you have long revered as a sacred barrier against injustice, which has been established by your ancestors many centuries ago, and transmitted to you as one of the greatest bulwarks of civil liberty, which you have to this day maintained inviolate. I beseech you, I say, as member of this commonwealth, to consider whether you will not be in danger of losing this inestimable mode of trial in all those cases wherein the Constitution does not provide for its security. Nay, does not that very provision, which is made by being confined to a few particular cases, almost imply a total exclusion of the rest? Let it then be a reflection deeply impressed on your minds, that if this noble privilege, by which long experience has been found the most exquisite method of determining controversies according to the scale of equal liberty, should once be taken away, it is unknown what new species of trial may be substituted in its room. Perhaps you may be surprised with some strange piece of judicial polity, some arbitrary method, perhaps confining all trials to the entire decision of the magistrate, and totally excluding the great body of the people from any share in the administration of public justice. To be continued. End of section 50. Recorded by Robert Scott, June the 22nd, 2007. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Scott. The Anti Federalist Papers, section number 51, Impartial Examiner, Letter 3. Impartial Examiner, Letter 3, 5th of March, 1788. Concluded from our last. After the most deliberate reflections on this important matter, permit me, my dear countrymen, to declare to you in the most unfeigned manner that, not perceiving anything in the proposed plan of government which seems calculated to ensure the happiness of America, I could not, as a fellow citizen, resist the inclination to impart these sentiments to you, unmoved by party, rage, unassailed by passion, uninfluenced by any other interest but the genuine effusal of zeal for this our common country. I confess to you in the language of sincerity and candor that after the first reading of this new code I could not behold it but with an eye of disapprobation. Unwilling, however, to reject at first sight an object of such high moment, I resolved to distrust the propriety of a construction passed on so early a period. This led me to pursue it with the utmost diligence I was capable of, and believe me, the foregoing observations have risen from the fullest conviction that the system involves in it the most dangerous principles, and so far from exalting the standard of American liberty, I fear that, should it be adopted, this glorious work, which already has cost the lives of many worthy patriots, will ere long be leveled with the dust. Let it not be conjectured from hence that any illiberal conceptions are formed by the writer hereof respecting the intentions of those gentlemen who have offered this plan of federal government. He knows no circumstance inducing him to suppose they had any other object in view but the good of their country. When we contemplate the great, the magnanimous hero, who has conducted our armies through all the trying vicissitudes of danger and difficulty, there is no man so disingenuous, there is no man so ungrateful, as to impute any transactions of his to sinister motives. Every true American is well assured that steadiness of virtue, that benignity of soul, have the chief rule in all his actions. Yet every American and every other person are satisfied also that there is no infallibility in human nature. To be man is to be subject to error. The best, the greatest, the wisest are liable to commit mistakes. Let it be remembered, then, that this code of government is solemnly proposed to every free man in America. For what? For the purpose of binding them without their approbation? No. For an implicit acceptance? No. For their adoption merely in compliment to the General Convention? No. What then? Every man's duty to his country points out to him the end of this proposition. Every man knows that it is for a free, a candid, and impartial discussion and determination thereon, whether they will approve and adopt it, or whether they will disapprove and reject it. Can any citizen, therefore, be so weak? Can any be so timid, so pusillanimous as to acknowledge that he has no right to exercise his own judgment with regard to this matter? If there should be any haughty spirits among us who think that this subject ought to be handled by none but a few persons of eminent character, let such recollect that the dignity, the importance of their country should inspire sentiments more exalted than the highest characters, sentiments that should correspond with the worth of America, not with the consequence of any mere individuals. Will you then, Virginians, arrogate too much by boldly asserting the privilege to judge for yourselves in what so nearly concerns the cause of liberty? No, no, my countrymen, you will not arrogate too much. You will not. I avow it by the souls of those brave patriots who fought for the same cause in the late war. You will in this affair act as becomes you. The rank you hold amongst the nations of the earth requires this of you, and you will forfeit that rank. You will forfeit the character of free men, and shew that you deserve to be enslaved if you decline that privilege. The happiness of a multitude of people is certainly the highest advantage, and if you will contribute a full share of duty to effect this, so shall you obtain a due share of glory. No pomp of character, no sound of names, no distinction of birth, no preeminence of any kind should dispose you to hoodwink your own understandings, and in that state suffer yourselves to be led at the will of any other men whatsoever. The part you have acted heretofore, the brave, the noble efforts you have made, are proof enough of your fortitude, and totally exclude every idea of pusillanimity. Herein you have evinced the highest sense of public virtue. Herein you have manifested to the whole world that the cause of liberty has hitherto had the prevailing influence over your hearts. And shall men, possessed of these sentiments, shall those valiant defenders of their country, who have not feared to encounter toil and danger in 1,000 shapes, who have not startled even at the prospect of death itself, shall you, O Virginians, shall you, I say, after exhibiting such bright examples of true patriotic heroism, suddenly become inconsistent with yourselves, and will fail to maintain a privilege so incontestably your due? No, my countrymen, by no means can I conceive that the laudable vigor which flamed so high in every breast can have so far evaporated in the space of 5 years. I doubt not, but you will in this trying instance acquit yourselves in a manner worthy of your former conduct. It is not to be feared that you need the force of persuasion to exercise a proper freedom of enquiry in the merits of this proposed plan of government, or that you will not pay a due attention to the welfare of that country for which you have already so bravely exerted yourselves. Of this I am well assured, and do not wonder when imagination presents to my view the idea of a numerous and respectable body of men reasoning on the principles of this federal constitution. If herein I conceive that you are alarmed at the exceedingly high and extensive authority which it is intended to establish, I cannot but see the strongest reasons for such apprehensions, for a system which is to supersede the present different governments of the States by ordaining that laws made in pursuance thereof shall be supreme, and shall bind the judges in every state. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding," must be alarming indeed. What cannot this omnipotence of power effect? How will your Bill of Rights avail you anything? By this authority the Congress can make laws which shall bind all, repugnant to your present Constitution, repugnant to every article of your rights, for they are a part of your Constitution, they are the basis of it, so that if you pass this new Constitution, you will have a naked plan of government, unlimited in its jurisdiction, which not only expunges your Bill of Rights by rendering ineffectual all the state governments, but is proposed without any kind of stipulation for any of those natural rights, the security whereof ought to be the end of all governments. Such a stipulation is so necessary that it is an absurdity to suppose any civil liberty can exist without it, because it cannot be alleged in any case whatsoever that a breach has been committed, that a right has been violated, as there will be no standard to resort to, no criterion to ascertain the breach, or even to find whether there has been any violation at all. Hence it is evident that the most flagrant acts of oppression may be inflicted, yet still there will be no apparent object injured. There will be no unconstitutional infringement. For instance, if Congress should pass a law that persons charged with capital crimes shall not have a right to demand the cause or nature of the accusation, shall not be confronted with the accuser or witnesses, or call for evidence in their own favor, and a question should arise respecting their authority therein, can it be said that they have exceeded the limits of their jurisdiction, when that has no limits, when no provision has been made for such a right, when no responsibility on the part of Congress has been required by the Constitution? The same observation may be made on any arbitrary or capricious imprisonments contrary to the law of the land. The same may be made if excessive bail should be required, if excessive fines should be imposed, if cruel and unusual punishment should be inflicted, if the liberty of the press should be restrained. In a word, if laws should be made totally derogatory to the whole catalogue of rights which are now secured under your present form of government. You will doubtless consider whether the inconveniences may not be very disagreeable, and perhaps injurious, to which this country may be subjected by excise laws, by direct taxation of every kind, by the establishment of feudal courts. You will advert to the dangerous and oppressive consequences that may ensue from the introduction of standing armies in times of peace, those baneful energies of ambition, against which free nations have always guarded with the greatest degree of caution. You will determine likewise as to the propriety of being excluded from keeping ships of war without the consent of Congress. This situation of these states renders a naval force extremely desirable, being bounded on one side by the sea. Their coasts are accessible to every lawless adventurer, and without ships to guard them, they are subject to continual depredations. The expediency of this species of defense is manifest. The great advantages to be derived from it, the strength, the consequence which it adds to a nation, are such that every well-wisher to this country would rejoice to see a large navy established, as the circumstances of the state can at any time admit of. This, therefore, seems to be a very improper restraint upon the states, a restraint which may perhaps eventually prove very injurious. Upon the whole, my fellow citizens, if you judge this proposed Constitution to be eligible or ineligible, you will accordingly instruct your delegates when they are about to meet in convention. The wisdom of the legislature has judged it advisable to fix the time for deciding on this momentous business at the distance of several months, that you may become thoroughly acquainted with a subject which so nearly concerns your greatest interests. I know it is a favorite topic with the advocates for the new government, that it will advance the dignity of Congress, and that the energy which is now wanting in the federal system will be hereby rendered efficient. Nobody doubts but the government of the Union is susceptible of amendment. But can anyone think that there is no medium between want of power and the possession of it in an unlimited degree? Between the imbecility of mere recommendatory propositions and the sweeping jurisdiction of exercising every branch of government over the United States to the greatest extent? Between the present feeble texture of the Confederation and the proposed nervous ligaments? Is it not possible to strengthen the hands of Congress so far as to enable them to comply with all the exigencies of the Union, to regulate the great commercial concerns of the continent, to superintend all affairs which relate to the United States in their aggregate capacity, without devolving on that body the supreme powers of government in all its branches? The original institution of congressional business, the nature, the end of that institution, evince the practicability of such reform, and shew that it is more honorable, more glorious, and will be more happy for each American state to retain its independent sovereignty. For what can be more truly great in any country than a number of different states in the full enjoyment of liberty, exercising distinct powers of government, yet associated by one general head, and under the influence of a mild, just, and well organized confederation duly held in equilibria? Whilst all derive those external advantages which are the greatest purpose of the Union, this separate independency existing in each, this harmony pervading the whole, this due degree of energy in the federal department, all together will form a beautiful species of natural grandeur. These will add luster to every member, and spread a glory all around. These will command the admiration of mankind. These will exhibit a bright specimen of real dignity, far superior to that immense devolution of power under which the sovereignty of each state shall shrink to nothing. It requires no great degree of knowledge in history to learn what dangerous consequences generally result from large and extensive powers. Every man has a natural propensity to power, and when one degree of it is obtained, that seldom fails to excite a thirst for more. A higher point being gained, still the soul is impelled to a further pursuit. Thus, step by step, in regular progression, she proceeds onward until the lust of domination becomes the ruling passion and absorbs all other desires. When any man puts himself under the influence of such a passion, it is natural for him to seek after every opportunity, and to employ every means within reach for obtaining his purpose. There is something so exceedingly bewitching in the possession of power that hardly a man can enjoy it, and not be affected after an unusual manner. The pomp of superiority carries with it charms which operate strongly on the imagination. Nay, it is a melancholy reflection that too often the very disposition itself is transformed, and for the gratification of ambitious views, the mild, the gentle, humane, the virtuous becomes cruel and violent, losing all sense of honor, probity, humanity, and gratitude. Hence, should it not be a maxim, never to be forgotten, that a free people ought to entrust no set of men with powers that may be abused without control, or afford opportunities to designing men to carry dangerous measures into execution, without being responsible for their conduct. And as no human foresight can penetrate so far into future events as to guard always against the effects of vice, as the securest governments are seldom secure enough, is it not the greatest imprudence to adopt a system which has an apparent tendency to furnish ambitious men with the means of exerting themselves, perhaps to the destruction of American liberty? It is next to impossible to enslave a people immediately after a firm struggle against oppression, while the sense of past injury is recent and strong. But after some time this impression naturally wears off, the ardent glow of freedom gradually evaporates, the charms of popular equality, which arose from the republican plan, insensibly decline, the pleasures, the advantages derived from the new kind of government grow stale through use. Such declension in all these vigorous springs of action necessarily produces a supineness. The altar of liberty is no longer watched with such attentive assiduity. A new train of passions succeeds to the empire of the mind. Different objects of desire take place, and if the nation happens to enjoy a series of prosperity, voluptuousness, excessive fondness for riches, and luxury gain admission and establish themselves, these produce venality and corruption of every kind, which open a fatal avenue to bribery. Hence it follows that in the midst of this general contagion a few men, or one, more powerful than all others, industriously endeavor to obtain all authority, and by means of great wealth or embezzling the public money, perhaps totally subvert the government, and erect a system of aristocratical or monarchic tyranny in its room. What ready means for this work of evil are numerous standing armies and the disposition of the great revenue of the United States. Money can purchase soldiers, soldiers can produce money, and both together can do anything. It is this depravation of manners, this wicked propensity, my dear countrymen, against which you ought to provide with the utmost degree of prudence and circumspection. All nations pass this paroxysm of vice at some period or another, and if at that dangerous juncture your government is not secure upon a solid foundation, and well guarded against the machinations of evil men, these liberties of this country will be lost perhaps forever. Let us establish a strong federal government which shall render our Congress a great and eminent body, says one. By all means, replies another, and then they will command the attention of all Europe. Who, pray, what will it avail you in the hour of distress, in the midst of calamity, though all Europe should pay attention to the Congress? What advantage will it be to the citizens of America should they elevate Congress to the highest degree of grandeur, should the sound of that grandeur be wafted across the Atlantic and echo through every town in Europe? What will the pomp, the splendor of that dignified body profit you, I say, if you place yourselves in a situation which may terminate in wretchedness? Of what consequence will that state of congressional preeminence be to you, or to your posterity, if either the one or the other should thereby be reduced to a mere herd of— O great God, avert that dreadful catastrophe! Let not the day be permitted to dawn which shall discover to the world that America remains no longer a free nation. O let not this sacred asylum of persecuted liberty cease to afford a resting place for that fair goddess. Reanimate each spirit that languishes in the glorious cause. Shine in upon us and illuminate all our counsels. Suffer thy bright ministers of grace to come down and direct us. And hovering for a while on the wings of affection, breathe into our souls true sentiments of wisdom, that in this awful, this important moment, we may be conducted safely through the maze of error, that a firm basis of national happiness may be established and flourish in undiminished glory through all the succeeding ages. End of section 51. Recorded by Robert Scott, June the 23rd, 2007. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Scott. The Anti Federalist Papers, section number 52, letter number 4, a farmer. A farmer. Baltimore, Maryland Gazette, letter 4, March 18, 1788. The opposite qualities of the first confederation were rather caused by than the cause of two parties, which from its first existence began and have continued their operations, I believe, unknown to their country and almost unknown to themselves. As really but few men have the capacity or resolution to develop the secret causes which influence their daily conduct. The old Congress was a national government and a union of states, both brought into one political body. As these opposite powers, I do not mean parties, were so exactly blended and very nearly balanced, like every artificial operative machine where action is equal to reaction. It stood perfectly still. It would not move at all. Those who were merely confederal in their views were for dividing the public debt. Those who were for national government were for increasing of it. Those who thought any national government would be destructive to the liberties of America assisted those who thought it our only safety to put everything as wrong as possible. Requisitions were made which everybody knew it was impossible to comply with. Either in 82 or 83, 10 millions of hard dollars, if not 13, were called into the Continental Treasury, when there could not be half that sum in the whole tract of territory between Nova Scotia and Florida. The states neglected them in despair. The public honor was tarnished, and our governments abused by their servants and best friend. In fine, it became a cant word, things are not yet bad enough to mend. However, as a great part of the important objects of society were entrusted to this mongrel species of general government, the sentiment of pushing it forward became general throughout America, and the late convention met at Philadelphia under the uniform impression that such was the desire of their constituents. But even then, the advantages and disadvantages of national government operated so strongly, although silently, on each individual that the conflict was nearly equal. A third or middle opinion, which always arises in such cases, broke off and took the lead. The national party, thus assisted, pursued steadily their object. The federal party dropped off one by one, and finally, when the middle party came to view, the offspring which they had given birth to, and in a great measure reared, several of them immediately disowned the child. Such has been hitherto the progress of party, or rather of the human mind, dispassionately contemplating our separate and relative situation, and aiming at that perfect completion of social happiness and grandeur, which perhaps can be combined only in ideas. Every description of men entertain the same wishes, except perhaps a very few bad men of each. They forever will differ about the mode of accomplishment, and some must be permitted to doubt them practicably. As our citizens are now apprised of the progress of parties or political opinions on the continent, it is fit they should also be informed of the present state, force, and designs of each, in order that they may form their decisions with safety to the public and themselves. This shall be given with all the precision and impartiality that the author is capable of. America is at present divided into three classes or descriptions of men, and in a few years there will be but two. First, the first class comprehends all those men of fortune and reputation who stepped forward in the late Revolution from opposition to the administration rather than the government of Great Britain, all those aristocrats whose pride disdains equal law, many men of very large fortune who entertain real or imaginary fears for the security of property, those young men who have sacrificed their time and their talents to public service without any prospects of an adequate pecuniary or honorary reward, all your people of fashion and pleasure who are corrupted by the dissipation of the French, English, and American armies, and a love of European manners and luxury, the public creditors of the continent, whose interest has been heretofore sacrificed by their friends in order to retain their services on this occasion. A large majority of the mercantile people, which is at present a very unformed and consequently dangerous interest. Our old native merchants have been almost universally ruined by the receipt of their debts in paper during the war, and the payment in hard money of what they owed their British correspondents since peace. Those who are not bankrupts have generally retired and given place to a set of young men, who, conducting themselves as ravishingly as ignorantly, have embarrassed their affairs and lay the blame on the government, and who are really unacquainted with the true mercantile interest of the country, which is perplexed from circumstances rather temporary than permanent. The foreign merchants are generally not to be trusted with influence in our government. They are, most of them, birds of passage. Some perhaps British emissaries, increasing and rejoicing in our political mistakes, and even those who have settled among us with an intention to fix themselves and their posterity in our soil, have brought with them more foreign prejudices than wealth. Time must elapse before the mercantile interest will be so organized as to govern themselves, much less others, with propriety. And lastly, to this class, I suppose we may ultimately add the Tory interest, with the exception of very many respectable characters, who reflect, with a gratification mixed with disdain, that those principles are now become fashionable for which they have been persecuted and hunted down, which, although by no means so formidable as is generally imagined, is still considerable. They are at present wavering. They are generally, though with very many exceptions, openly for the proposed, but secretly against any American government. a burnt child dreads the fire. But should they see any fair prospect of confusion arise, these gentry will be off at any moment for these 25 years to come. Ultimately, should the administration promise stability to the new government, they may be counted on as the Janissaries of power, ready to efface all suspicion by the violence of their zeal. In general, all these various people would prefer a government as nearly copied after that of Great Britain as our circumstances will permit. Some would strain these circumstances. Others still retain a deep-rooted jealousy of the executive branch and strong Republican prejudices, as they are called. Finally, this class contains more aggregate wisdom and more virtue than both the other two together. It commands nearly 2/3 of the property and almost 1/2 of the numbers of America, and has at present become almost irresistible from the name of the truly great and amiable man who, it has been said, is disposed to patronize it, and from the influence which it has over the second class. The first class is nearly at the height of their power. They must decline or moderate, or another revolution will ensue, for the opinion of America is becoming daily more unfavorable to those radical changes which high-toned government requires. A conflict would terminate in the destruction of this class, or the liberties of their country. May the guardian angel of America prevent both. Second, the second class is composed of those descriptions of men who are certainly more numerous with us than in any other part of the globe. First, those men who are so wise as to discover that their ancestors, and indeed all the rest of mankind, were and are fools. We have a vast over-proportion of these great men, who, when you tell them that from the earliest period at which mankind devoted their attention to social happinesses, it has been their uniform judgment that a government over governments cannot exist. This is two governments operating on the same individual. Assume the smile of confidence, and tell you of two people traveling the same road, of a perfect and precise division of the duties of the individual. Still, however, the political apothegm is as old as the proverb, that no man can serve two masters, and whoever will run their noodles against old proverbs will be sure to break them, however hard they may be. And if they broke only their own, all would be right. But it is very horrible to reflect that all our numbskulls must be cracked in concert. Second, the trimmers, who from sympathetic indecision are always united with, and when not regularly employed, always fight under the banners of these great men. These people are forever at market, and when parties are nearly equally divided, they get very well paid for their services. Thirdly, the indolent, that is almost every second man of independent fortune you meet in America. These are quite easy, and can live under any government, if men can be said to live, who scarcely breathe, and if breathing was attended with any bodily exertion, would give up their small portion of life in despair. These men do not swim with the stream as the trimmers do, but are dragged like mud at the bottom. As they have no other weight than their tat flesh, they are hardly worth mentioning when we speak of the sentiments and opinions of America. As the second class never can include any of the yeomanry of the Union, who never affect superior wisdom, and can have no interest but the public good, it can only be said to exist as the birth of government. And as soon as the first and third classes become more decided in their views, this will divide with each and dissipate like a mist, or sink down into what are called moderate men, and become the tools and instruments of others. These people are prevented by a cloud from having any view, and if they are not virtuous, they at least preserve the appearance, which in this world amounts to the same thing. Third, at the head of the third class appear the old rigid republicans, who, although few in number, are still formidable. Reverence will follow these men in spite of detraction, as long as wisdom and virtue are esteemed among mankind. They are joined by the true democrats, who are in general fanatics and enthusiasts, and some few sensible, charming madmen. A decided majority of the yeomanry of America will, for length of years, be ready to support these two descriptions of men. But as this last class is forced to act as a residuary legate and receive all the trash and filth, it is in some measure disgraced and its influence weakened. Thirdly, the freebooters and plunderers who infest all countries, and ours perhaps as little as any other whatever. These men have that natural antipathy to any kind or sort of government that a rogue has to a halter. In number they are few indeed. Such characters are the offspring of dissipation and want, and there is not that country in the world where so much real property is shared so equally among so few citizens. For where property is easily acquired by fair means, very few indeed will resort to foul. Lastly, by the poor mob, in Felix Pecus, the property of whoever will feed them and take care of them. Let them be spared. Let the burden of taxation sit lightly on their shoulders. But alas, this is not their fate. It is here that government forever falls with all its weight. It is here that the proposed government will press where it should scarcely be felt. In this third class may be counted men of the greatest mental powers and of as sublime virtue as any in America. They at present command nearly 1/3 of the property and above half the numbers of the United States, and in either event they must continue to increase in influence by great desertions from both the other classes. If the proposed government is not adopted, theirs will be the prevalent opinion. The object of this class either is or will be purely federal, a union of independent states, not a government of individuals. And should the proposed federal plan fail, from the obstinacy of those who will listen to no conditional amendments, although such as they cannot disapprove, or should it ultimately in its execution upon a fair trial disappoint the wishes and expectations of our country, then a union purely federal is what the reasonable and dispassionate patriots of America must bend their views to. My countrymen, preserve your jealousy, reject suspicion. It is the fiend that destroys public and private happiness. I know some weak, but very few, if any, wicked men in public confidence. And learn this most difficult and necessary lesson, that on the preservation of parties, public liberty depends. Whenever men are unanimous on great public questions, whenever there is but one party, freedom ceases and despotism commences. The object of a free and wise people should be so to balance parties, that from the weakness of all you may be governed by the moderation of the combined judgments of the whole, not tyrannized over by the blind passions of few individuals. A farmer. End of letter number 4, section number 52, recorded by Robert Scott, June the 18th, 2007. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Scott. The Anti Federalist Papers, Section 53, Letter Number 5. A Farmer, Letter Number 5, the 25th of March, 1788. I have been long since firmly persuaded that there are no hidden sources of moral agency beyond the reach of investigation. The all-wise and all-bountiful author of nature could never have created human reason unequal to the happy regulation of human conduct. The errors and misfortunes of mankind spring from obvious sources. Religious and political prejudices, formed by education, strengthened by habit, maintained by interest, and consecrated by fear, are forever arming the passions against the judgment. The celebrated Blaise Pascal, the powers of whose understanding were rather miraculous than surprising, closed his painful researches after religious truth with this dogma, as pernicious as untrue, that a religion purely spiritual was never intended for mankind. There can be no judgment more unbiased, for there was no mind so strong, no heart more pure, but bred in the bosom of the Church. Even her idolatry impressed him with veneration and awe. Notwithstanding his conclusion, the doctrines of Calvin maintain their ground in their primitive simplicity, divested of the aid of ceremony and form. The thunders of the Vatican, which for ages deluged Europe with blood, have dissipated their force, and reason has resumed her spiritual empire. Would to God that the history of temporal despotism had terminated as favorably for the happiness of mankind. In the political world, the chains of civil power, upheld by the numerous links of private interest, have proved more equal and permanent in their effects. They have, and I fear forever must, shackle the human understanding, and it is much to be questioned whether the full and free political opinion of any one great luminary of science has been fairly disclosed to the world. Even when the great and amiable Montesquieu had hazarded a panegyric on the English Constitution, he shrinks back with terror into this degrading apostrophe. Quote, "Think not that I mean to undervalue other governments. I, who think an excess of liberty, an excess of all things, even of reason itself, a misfortune, and that the happiness of mankind is only to be found in a medium between two extremes." End quote. The author of the Persian Letters at that moment recollected the afflicting pressure he had felt from the hand of Gallic government, and his pen trembled as he wrote. Is it then possible that governments of simplicity and equal right can have been fairly dealt by in theory or practice? The votaries of tyranny and usurpation stand not alone in bitter opposition. Every man of enterprise, of superior talents and fortune, is interested to debase them. Their banners have ever been deserted because they never can pay their troops. The most amiable and sensible of mankind seem to have made a stand in favor of a mixed government founded on the permanent orders and objects of men. Thither, I suspect, the American government is now tending. If it must be so, let it go gently then, with slow and equal steps. Let each gradation and experiment have a full and fair trial. Let there be no effect without a good, apparent, and well-considered cause. let us live all the days of our lives, and as happily as circumstance will permit. Finally, let moderation be our guide, and the influence of manners will conduct us, I hope without injury, to some permanent, fixed establishment, where we may repose a while, unagitated by alteration or revolution. For in sudden and violent changes, how many of the most worthy of our fellow citizens must get their bones crushed? I cannot think that any able and virtuous citizen would, in his cool and dispassionate moments, wish to blend or risk the fundamental rights of men with any organization of society that the Americans can or will make for 50 years to come. Let us keep these rights of individuals, these unalienable blessings, reserved and separate from every constitution and form. If they are unmingled, the attentive eyes of every citizen wilt be kept fixed upon them. We shall watch them as a sacred deposit, and we may carry them uninjured and unimpaired through every vicissitude and change, from the government we have left into some other that may be established on the fixed and solid principles of reason. Nor can there be, I imagine, any prudent man who would trust the whimsical inventions of the day with that dangerous weapon, a standing army, in our present unsettled circumstances, striving to substantiate inefficient and unnatural forms. It would wield us into despotism in a moment, and we have surely had throat-cutting enough in our day. Throughout the world, government by representation seems only to have been established to disgrace itself and be abolished. Its very principle is change, and it sets all systems at defiance. It perishes by speedy corruption. The few representatives can always corrupt themselves by legislative speculations from the pockets of their numerous constituents. Quick rotation, like a succession of terms tenants on a farm, only increases the evil by rendering them more rapacious. If the executive is changeable, he can never oppose large decided majorities of influential individuals, or enforce on those powerful men who may render his next election the rigor of equal law, which is the grand and only object of human society. If the executive is to be rendered ineligible for a certain period, he will either not do his duty, or he will retire into the unprotected situation of a private individual, with all the sworn animosities of a powerful majority, aristocracy, junto, the cry of the populace, or perhaps the whole combined, to pursue him to the grave or a public execution. The considerate and good who adorn private life, and such only can be safely trusted in high public station, will never commit themselves to a situation where a conscientious discharge of duty may embitter the evening of life, if not draw down ruin and infamy on themselves and families. There was never but one man who stepped from the top to the bottom without breaking his neck, and that was Sylla. And although it is true that whilst he was up, he broke the hearts of the Romans, yet his dying, undisturbed in private life, is one of those miracles that must remain forever unexplained. If the aristocracy, or representation of wealth, the principle of which order is to keep all things as they are, for by confusion they may lose more than they gain, is also changeable, there then is nothing fixed and permanent in government. Legislative tyranny commences, and exhibits a perpetual scene of plunder and confusion, fearlessly practiced under the sanction of authority and law. It is true that the influence of manners may and will resist for a time, yet that must give way to a general and prevalent corruption. Those who are respectable at home and have permanent in life, and such only can give stability to government, will not suffer themselves to be mounted upon the wheel of fortune, to be let down again as it turns, the mockery of children and fools. Where representation has been admitted as a component part of government, it has always proved defective, if not destructive. What, then, must be the consequence where the whole government is founded on representation? Every American can now answer. It will be at best but representation of government. With us, the influence of manners has been great. It is indeed declining fast, but, aided by the solidity of the judiciary establishments and the wisest code of civil laws that ever mankind was blessed with, it has hitherto supported the forms of society. But the people are now weary of their representatives and their governments. We may trace the progress. One candidate to recommend his pretensions discloses and descants on the errors of the preceding administration. The people believe him and are deceived. They change men, but measures are still the same, or injured by the sudden and violent alteration of the system. At least the next candidate asserts it is so, is again believed, and his constituents again deceived. A general disgust and sudden silence ensues. Elections are deserted. Government is first despised and then cordially hated. There can be no fixed and permanent government that does not rest on the fixed and permanent orders and objects of mankind. Government on paper may amuse, but we pay dear for the amusement. The only fixed and permanent order with us at present are the yeomanry, and they have no power whatever, unless the right of changing masters at a certain period, and devolving on their changeable representatives their whole political existence, may be called power. The order of gentry with us is not a fixed and permanent order at all, and if they attempt to erect themselves into one at present, it is usurpation, and they will be pulled down. And yet, in my opinion, such an order is essential to a perfect government founded on representation. Every other mode of introducing wealth into power has proved vicious and abominable. With us, delegates become, by selection, themselves a species of subaltern aristocracy. They intrigue with the senates, who by a refined mode of election are a misbegotten, side-blow representation of wealth, and they both form an imperfect aristocracy on the worst principles on which that order can be admitted into government. And the democratic influence, which is thus amalgamated and not divided, but unformed, becomes vicious from its impotence. These defects spring from our attempting to erect republican fabrics on the ruined and imperfect pillars of an old corrupt monarchy, not less absurd than to expect the limbs to perform the functions of life after cutting off the head. The opposition which brought Charles I to the block was composed of some of the ablest and most virtuous characters that ever adorned any age or clime: Hampden, Pym, Selden, Sir Harry Vane, Sidney, Marvell, and many others. They pursued their old model, attempted to form a government by representation, which was at first steadied and restrained by the best Senate in the world, the English House of Lords. The two houses soon disagreed, and there being no third power to interpose, the representatives voted the House of Lords useless, new modeled the government into a single branch, and then began to plunder most unmercifully. At last Cromwell kicked them all out of doors, and after his tyrannical usurpation and death, the nation were very happy to take shelter again under the regal government, and even restored an unworthy family which they had irritated beyond forgiveness to the throne. A farmer. To be continued. 28 March 1788. Continued from our last. After every consideration I can give this subject, I am satisfied that government founded on representation indispensably requires at least an executive for life, whose person must be sacred from impeachment, and only his ostensible ministers responsible. A Senate for life, the vacancies to be filled up, and the number occasionally increased, but under a limitation by the executive. The hand that holds the balance must have the power of adding weight and influence to the lightest scale, and of frequently removing turbulent men into a higher and inoffensive situation. I am inclined to think that an important portion of American opinion leans that way at this moment. My fear is that our general government may ultimate in a hereditary authority, if not despotism. To avoid the former, great attention should be paid to the important office of vice president, at present but little understood. A vice president, to succeed on a vacancy, prevents those evils which have ruined Poland and all the northern kingdoms. Thus, we see the King of the Romans has secured Germany from every evil of elective monarchy, and had the golden bull prevented one of the family or kindred of the reigning emperor from filling the office of the King of the Romans, this part of the Germanic constitution would have been perfect, and the House of Austria would never have been enabled to usurp the imperial crown as a patrimony and desolate Europe with her ambitious views. She would have continued in that beggarly condition from which Randolph of Hapsburg raised it. The American Constitution is much better guarded, but not by any means completely so. If this is the best we can hope for, if this is the best reward we can expect for the sons of America slain, and the distresses we shall long continue to feel, is it not incumbent on us to examine minutely all its consequences? Let us view government by representation in its favorite form, the Constitution of England. Its uncommon success and length of duration there has drawn on it very unmerited encomiums from the enlightened Genevan de Lome, the only great political writer who does not seem to hold representation in contempt. Indeed, the viewing it through this favorable medium has always animated our hopes, and led many sensible Americans to imagine this old and universal experiment to be peculiar to that isle. In pursuing my inquiry into the principles and effects of the British government, I shall first grant that it is a rational system founded on solid, safe principles, and one of the best governments for the higher ranks of mankind in the world. But then I must insist that it was hardly a government at all until it became simplified by the introduction and regular formation of the effective administration of responsible ministers on its present system, which we cannot date higher up than the appointment of Lord Stafford and others by Charles I. Moreover, I do not know how far the system of bribery introduced by Sir Robert Walpole and the influence of the numerous body of public creditors are not now absolutely necessary to its present stability. And, after all, I am not satisfied how such a simplification as would produce a responsibility can be effected in a government complicated by so many subordinate and powerful corporations as the American states will be. And yet, responsibility must be attained, and an easy and certain mode adopted of changing measures and men without commotion, or liberty will be lost in the attempt. I am confused and bewildered when I arrive at this point of reflection, and despotism meets me at every turn. There are but two modes of governing mankind: by just and equal law, enforced impartially on all ranks of society, or by the sword. If such laws cannot be obtained, or the attainment is attended with too much difficulty, the sword will supply their place. Et inter arma leges silent. When arms command, the laws are disobeyed. Shall we have patience with the disorders of our complicated machine? As Alexander dissolved the Gordian knot with the sword, so I fear a standing army will simplify the governments of America. I have said that the government of England afforded firm protection of property. It certainly does so, comparatively speaking. Yet the history of its frequent revolutions will discover that even property is insecure there. During the civil wars in which the Stuarts involved this nation, 2/3 of the property of the kingdom changed masters, and in those between Lancaster and York, and before the firm establishment of the line of Tudor, almost all the old families perished, and their property became dissipated. And yet, its protection of property is its favorable side. Turn your eyes to the lower order of citizens, and they are pressed into the earth by taxation and imposition. Very rarely will industry enable the husbandman to rear a family. Where the sons of agriculture are so poorly rewarded, government must be ulcerated to the heart. The miserable poor, who pursue the dictates of nature and religion, in that connection which is destined to sweeten the bitter draught of life, are commonly handed from constable to constable, until their unfortunate birth compels some parish to own them. The people of England have always and forever will emigrate. The people of England never repair to arms to repel foreign invasion, and they never will unless compelled. To conquer England, it would only seem necessary from past example to escape their floating defenses and land on the island, passing by former invasions and conquests. As late as the year 1745, Prince Charles Edward, at the head of an undisciplined rabble belonging to some Highland clans attached to his family, marched undisturbed through the most populous counties in the heart of the kingdom, and the capital, containing 200,000 fighting men, trembled for its safety at the approach of an unexperienced boy, followed by 4,000 or 5,000 half-armed peasants. Scarcely a man in the kingdom shouldered a musket until the danger disappeared, and government owed its safety to the protection of foreign mercenaries, or rather the weakness and irresolution of the assailant. The fact is, the people will never fight if they can help it, for representatives, taxes, and rags. Let us now contrast this scene with one where the people personally exercise the powers of government. The three small democratic cantons of Uri, Schwitz, and Underwald broke the chains of their former servitude and laid the foundation of the Swiss Confederacy. They effected the revolution, and in conjunction with other democratic cantons and their democratic allies, the Orisons, have supported the grand fabric of Hellevic liberty to this day. Every Swiss farmer is by birth a legislator, and he becomes a voluntary soldier to defend his power and his property. Their fathers have been so before them for nearly 500 years, without revolution and almost without commotion. They have been the secure spectators of the constant and universal destruction of the human species, which the usurpations of the few have ever created, and must, I fear, forever perpetuate. Whilst all Europe were butchering each other for the love of God, and defending the usurpations of the clergy under the mask of religion, the malignant evil crept into this sacred asylum of liberty. But where the government resides in the body of the people, they can never be corrupted by the artifice or the wealth of the few. They soon banished the daemon of discord, and Protestant and Papist sat down under the peaceful shade of the same tree, whilst in every surrounding state and kingdom the son was dragging the father and the brothers, their brothers, to the scaffold under the sanction of these distinctions. Thus these happy Helvetians have in peace and security beheld all the rest of Europe become a common slaughterhouse. A free Swiss acquires from his infancy a knowledge of the fundamental laws of his country, and the leading principles of their national policy are handed down by tradition from father to son. The first of these is never to trust power to representatives or a national government. A free Swiss pays no taxes. On the contrary, he receives taxes. Every male of 16 years shares near 10 shillings sterling annually, which the rich and powerful surrounding monarchies pay for the friendship of those manly farmers. Whenever their societies become too large, as government belongs to the citizens, and the citizens are the property of no government, they divide amicably, and each separate part pursues the simple form recommended by their ancestors, and becomes venerable by the glorious and happy experience of ages of prosperity. Their frugal establishments are chiefly supported by the pay which the officers of government receive from the services they render individuals. With a country the most unfriendly to industry in the world, they have become, in a series of years, passed in uninterrupted but moderate labor, frugality, peace, and happiness, the richest nation under the sun. I have seen a computation by which it appeared that the interest of the money they have beforehand and that which is due them from the rich nations of Europe would support themselves and their posterity forever, without further exertion, and this whilst every other government is actually as much or more in debt than it is worth. An intelligent author has remarked that passing from a democratic to an aristocratic canton of Switzerland, you quit the society of men to contemplate the regular labor of brutes. They are compelled, indeed, in the aristocratic cantons, to be extremely moderate in their government, and to lay few or no taxes, or they would drive their subjects into the neighboring free states. As it is, they are well clothed, well fed, and taken good care of. The same author remarks that the line which separates all Switzerland from the countries around, where men, like cattle, are the property of their proud lords and kept chained to the soil, is the line of division between light and darkness, between happiness and horror. The love of Switzers for their country is altogether romantic and surpasses the bounds of credibility. Those memorable relations authenticated by the common consent of all historians, of their beating on all occasions the flower of the Austrian and French troops who have invaded them with numbers so unequal and trifling as scarce to exceed their enemies' outguards, the instances of hundreds of citizens devoting their lives for the safety of their country, of their frequently disdaining life and refusing quarter when overpowered by numbers, have astonished and terrified the neighboring powers, and seem incomprehensible to a people dispirited by taxes, overloaded with debts, and disgusted with government. I cannot omit a striking characteristic authenticated by Cox and others, whose authority will not be questioned. They relate that there is a rustic tune familiar in the mountains of Switzerland. It is called the Rance des Vaux. It consists of a few simple notes of native wild melody. The French and Dutch governments have been compelled to forbid, under very severe penalties, the playing of this woodland music to those Swiss troops, which they hire for a limited time. The well-known notes revive instantly all the fond images which are impressed on their youthful bosom. Their friends, their parents, their relations, and their beloved country rush into their imaginations in a full tide of affection. No persuasion can detain them. They desert home in regiments, or if retained by force, they pine away in the deepest melancholy. No instance has yet occurred of Swiss troops serving in any part of Europe who have not returned with the diligence and anxiety of affectionate children on the first appearance of danger to their parent country. The same amour patrie, the same divine love of their country, universally pervades the bosom of every citizen, who in his right of birth legislates for himself. Grossly relates that he saw in Rome a poor fellow, who had traveled through great part of Europe and Asia afoot, declaiming to a crowd with the most passionate zeal in praise of his own country, boasting of her happiness, and preferring San Marino to all the world besides. This democratic republic is a little beehive of free citizens, who have made a delicious garden of the top of a bleak barren mountain, situated in the midst of the finest and most fruitful plains of Italy, which tyranny has depopulated around them. Look into the human breast. We love that power which we exercise ourselves, but we detest that which others exercise over us, be they representatives, lords, or kings, and to this source we may trace the abuse which the Americans bestow on their country and their governments. But we are told that Switzerland should be no example for us. I am very sorry for it. They are the only part of the human species that sustains the dignity of character belonging to the divine resemblance we bear. They are few in number, it is said. This is not true. They are more numerous than we are. They cover a small spot of territory. This is also not true. They possess a large tract of country in the very heart of Europe, but this is not all. The Helvetic Confederacy, including the 3 leagues of the Orisons, comprehends 100, perhaps 200, independent governments and states. Nor is there any reason for their history or present state to doubt that the same plan of confederation might not be extended with as lasting and happy effects to 1,000 independent governments. But it is also said they are poor, frugal people. As to their poverty, that is likewise untrue. They have great sums of money beforehand, and owe not a sixpence. They indeed are wise, and consequently a frugal people, though they still have great estates, and even luxury among them too. But should we despair their poverty or their frugality? We who are so many millions worse than nothing? But still, we are told we must not take example from them. We must take example from Holland and Germany. They had better at once tell us that we must desert the worship of God and follow that of the devil. From the first dawn of light that broke in upon my reason, I became devoted to governments of simplicity and equal right. The names of heroes whose blood has bedewed the altars of freedom vibrate like the shock of electricity on my frame, and when I read the story of Brutus and of Cassius, the most noble and last of the Romans, tears of admiration gush from my eyes. Under these impressions, which only the grave can erase, I feel unspeakable horror at every step which removes power and rights at a greater distance from the body of the people to whom they belong, and confines them in the hands of the few. I have proposed to myself this question: if representatives cannot govern the people, if they abuse the power entrusted to them, shall they devolve this power on a still smaller number, who must be more liable to corruption from the increase of temptation? Or should they restore it into the hands of the people from whom they received it, who alone are incorruptible, because the wealth of the few can never bribe the many against the duty they owe to themselves? If I am told that the people are incapable of governing themselves, I shall answer that they have never been tried in America except among the native Indians, who are free and happy, and who prove that self-government is the growth of our soil. And I also answer that they are more fit for self-government than they are at present for any of the safe and solid governments founded on representation. When I see all these principles established by the example of the Swiss, who have remained under the simplest of all forms of government for near 500 years, in uninterrupted tranquility and happiness, whilst every other invention of genius, devise of art, or imposition offeree has been torn up by the roots with every aggravated circumstance of horror, I can no longer doubt. All the mists of theory and speculation vanish before an experiment like this. The greatest human discernment ever concentrated in the mind of one man was the portion of the celebrated Nicholas Machiavelli, a name loaded with abuse by tyrants, flatterers, and the mushrooms of science, because he told the truth, because he was a republican and the friend of mankind in times of usurpation, or because they have never read or do not understand his works. After every inquiry which the most unbounded information and reflection, with a long experience in high public office afforded, Machiavelli delivers his deliberate opinion in favor of the body of the people, as the only safe depository of liberty and power. He prefers it to the aristocracy and the prince, but he does not disgrace the inquiry by mentioning representation. If this was the opinion of Machiavelli, a citizen of Florence, where a numerous populace, confined and crowded within the walls of a city, formed the most turbulent republic that ever disgraced the cause of freedom by cruelty and anarchy, how much more favorably must his decision apply to the yeomanry of America, landholders, and consequently the most independent of mankind, mild by nature, moderate by manners, and persevering in every honest pursuit. Surely, if ever men were worthy of being entrusted with their own rights, the freeholders of America are. Make them, then, and their posterity, legislators by birth. I mean not the lowest populace, I mean that class of citizens to whom this country belongs. Numbers unqualified by property should have their influence. They should be protected. They might preserve the right of election, but they who hold the property of the soil are alone entitled to govern it. To effect this, there would need be little change in the present forms. They might all stand, but the laws which pass the legislature before they become binding should be referred to the different counties and cities. Printed reasons drawn by committees might, if necessary, accompany each, together with an annual estimate of public wants and a detail of the expenditures of former sums granted. Let these laws be submitted to the free deliberation of the freeholders of the counties and cities. The numbers of the yeas and nays be taken on each by the presiding magistrate and transmitted to the executive, who may then, upon comparing the returns from the several counties and corporations, declare what laws are the will of the people. On the appearance of any sudden danger, the two houses, or indeed a majority of one house, might invest the executive with the authority exigency might require for the safety of the republic until remedy should be provided by law. The number of representatives might be decreased and an expense saved. This would at one blow destroy all legislative speculations. The influence of demagogues or oligarchic juntos must then cease. The assemblage of the freeholders, separate in different counties, would prevent disturbance. As no new law could be made in them, little confusion would ensue. After some years, or even immediately, if confined to future cases, the celebrated law of Geneva might be introduced, and no freeholder admitted to the assembly until he had paid his father's debts. Sumptuary laws permitting the use but prohibiting the abuse of wealth might be interposed to guard the public manners. The governor and 2 members of the Senate might constitute a council of censors to punish offenders against the sumptuary laws and the laws of morality by a removal from office, and even disenfranchisement if necessary, with an appeal to the people of the county where the offender resides in the later case, and to the people of the state in the former. Seminaries of useful learning, with professorships of political and domestic economy, might be established in every county. Discarding the philosophy of the moon and skies, we might descend to teach our citizens what is useful in this world. The principles of free government, illustrated by the history of mankind, the sciences of morality, agriculture, commerce, the management of farms and household affairs. The light would then penetrate where mental darkness now reigns. Do these things, and in a very few years the people, instead of abusing, would wade up to their knees in blood to defend their governments. For some years past, this has been the darling object of my life, to which all my views have tended, and I now think that nothing intermediate would be lasting or worthy the pursuit. Whenever I fairly lose sight of this, as soon as I turn my back forever on these dear illusions, which will be as soon as the proposed federal government is adopted, I shall turn all my wishes to that social state whither that government will lead us, and I both hope and expect that with those amendments and guards which it seems to be the general disposition to provide, it will gradually mature in a safe and reasonable government. Until that adoption, I speak to my fellow citizens in the words of the proverb, "Do not that by others which you can do yourselves." A Farmer. End of Letter 5, Section 53. Recorded by Robert Scott, June the 19th, 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anti Federalist Papers, Section 54. Patrick Henry, speaking at the Virginia Ratifying Convention, Thursday, June 5, 1788. Mr. Chairman, I am much obliged to the very worthy gentleman for his encomium. I wish I was possessed with talents, or possessed of anything that might enable me to elucidate this great subject. I am not free from suspicion. I am apt to entertain doubts. I rose yesterday to ask a question which arose in my own mind. When I asked that question, I thought the meaning of my interrogation was obvious. The fate of this question and of America may depend on this. Have they said, "We the states"? Have they made a proposal of a compact between states? If they had, this would be a confederation. It is otherwise most clearly a consolidated government. The question turns, sir, on that poor little thing, the expression, "We the people," instead of the states of America. I need not take much pains to show that the principles of this system are extremely pernicious, impolitic, and dangerous. Is this a monarchy like England? A compact between prince and people, with checks on the former to secure the liberty of the latter? Is this a confederacy like Holland? An association of a number of independent states, each of which retains its individual sovereignty? It is not a democracy, wherein the people retain all their rights securely. Had these principles been adhered to, we should not have been brought to this alarming transition from a confederacy to a consolidated government. We have no detail of these great considerations, which, in my opinion, ought to have abounded before we should recur to a government of this kind. Here is a resolution as radical as that which separated us from Great Britain. It is radical in this transition. Our rights and privileges are endangered, and the sovereignty of the states will be relinquished. And cannot we plainly see that this is actually the case? The rights of conscience, trial by jury, liberty of the press, all your immunities and franchises, all pretensions to human rights and privileges, are rendered insecure, if not lost, by this change so loudly talked of by some, and inconsiderately by others. Is this tame relinquishment of rights worthy of free men? Is it worthy of that manly fortitude that ought to characterize republicans? It is said 8 states have adopted this plan. I declare that if 12 states and a half had adopted it, I would, with manly firmness and in spite of an erring world, reject it. You are not to inquire how your trade may be increased, nor how you are to become a great and powerful people, but how your liberties can be secured, for liberty ought to be the direct end of your government. Having premised these things, I shall, with the aid of my judgment and information, which, I confess, are not extensive, go into the discussion of this system more minutely. Is it necessary for your liberty that you should abandon those great rights by the adoption of this system? Is the relinquishment of the trial by jury and the liberty of the press necessary for your liberty? Will the abandonment of your most sacred rights tend to the security of your liberty? Liberty, the greatest of all earthly blessing, give us that precious jewel, and you may take everything else. But I am fearful. I have lived long enough to become an old-fashioned fellow. Perhaps an invincible attachment to the dearest rights of man may, in these refined, enlightened days, be deemed old-fashioned. If so, I am content to be so. I say, the time has been when every pulse of my heart beat for American liberty, and which, I believe, had a counterpoint in the breast of every true American. But suspicions have gone forth, suspicions of my integrity, publicly reported that my professions are not real. 23 years ago was I supposed a traitor to my country? I was then said to be the bane of sedition because I supported the rights of my country. I may be thought suspicious when I say our privileges and rights are in danger. But, sir, a number of the people of this country are weak enough to think these things are too true. I am happy to find that the gentleman on the other side declares they are groundless. But, sir, suspicion is a virtue as long as its object is the preservation of the public good, and as long as it stays within proper bounds. Should it fall on me, I am contented. Conscious rectitude is a powerful consolation. I trust there are many who think my professions for the public good to be real. Let your suspicion look to both sides. There are many on the other side who possibly may have been persuaded to the necessity of these measures, which I conceive to be dangerous to your liberty. Guard with jealous attention the public liberty. Suspect everyone who approaches that jewel. Unfortunately, nothing will preserve it but downright force. Whenever you give up that force, you are inevitably ruined. I am answered by gentlemen that, though I may speak of terrors, yet the fact was that we were surrounded by none of the dangers I apprehended. I conceive this new government to be one of those dangers. It has produced those horrors which distress many of our best citizens. We are come hither to preserve the poor commonwealth of Virginia. If it can be possibly done, something must be done to preserve your liberty and mine. The Confederation, this same despised government, merits, in my opinion, the highest encomium. It carries us through a long and dangerous war. It rendered us victorious in that bloody conflict with a powerful nation. It has secured us a territory greater than any European monarch possesses, and shall a government which has been thus strong and vigorous be accused of imbecility and abandoned for want of energy? Consider what you are about to do before you part with the government. Take longer time in reckoning things. Revolutions like this have happened in almost every country in Europe. Similar examples are to be found in ancient Greece and ancient Rome, instances of the people losing their liberty by their own carelessness and the ambition of a few. We are cautioned by the honorable gentleman who presides against faction and turbulence. I acknowledge that licentiousness is dangerous, and that it ought to be provided against. I acknowledge also the new form of government may effectively prevent it. Yet there is another thing it will as effectually do. It will oppress and ruin the people. There are sufficient guards placed against sedition and licentiousness, for when power is given to this government to suppress these, or for any other purpose, the language it assumes is clear, express, and unequivocal. But when this Constitution speaks of privileges, there is an ambiguity, sir, a fatal ambiguity, an ambiguity which is very astonishing. In the clause under consideration, there is the strangest language that I can conceive. I mean, when it says that there shall not be more representatives than one for every 30,000. Now, sir, how easy is it to evade this privilege? Quote, the number shall not exceed one for every 30,000. End quote. This may be satisfied by one representative from each state. Let our numbers be ever so great, this immense continent may, by this artful expression, be reduced to have but 13 representatives. I confess this construction is not natural, but the ambiguity of the expression lays a good ground for quarrel. Why was it not clearly and unequivocally expressed that they should be entitled to have one for every 30,000? This would have obviated all disputes. And was this difficult to be done? What is the inference? When population increases, and a state shall send representatives in this proportion, Congress may remand them because the right of having one for every 30,000 is not clearly expressed. This possibility of reducing the number to one for each state approximate the probability by that other expression, quote, but each state shall have at least one representative, end quote. Now, is it not clear that from the first expression, the number might be reduced so much as that some states should have no representatives at all, were it not for the insertion of this last expression? And as this is the only restriction upon them, we may fairly conclude that they may restrain the number to one from each state. Perhaps the same horrors may hang over my mind again. I shall be told I am continually afraid, but, sir, I have strong cause of apprehension. In some parts of the plan before you, the great rights of free men are endangered. In other parts, absolutely taken away. How does your trial by jury stand? In civil cases, gone. Not sufficiently secured in criminal, the best privilege is gone. But we are told that we need not fear, because those in power, being our representatives, will not abuse the powers we put in their hands. I am not well versed in history, but I will submit to your recollection whether liberty has been destroyed most often by the licentiousness of the people, or by the tyranny of rulers? I imagine, sir, you will find the balance on the side of tyranny. Happy will you be if you miss the fate of those nations who, omitting to resist their oppressors or negligently suffering their liberty to be wrested from them, have groaned under intolerable despotism. Most of the human race are now in this deplorable condition, and those nations who have gone in search of grandeur, power, and splendor have also fallen a sacrifice and have been the victims of their own folly. While they acquired those visionary blessings, they lost their freedom. My great objection to this government is that it does not leave us the means of defending our rights or of waging war against tyrants. It is urged by some gentlemen that this new plan will bring us an acquisition of strength, an army, and the militia of the states. This is an idea extremely ridiculous. Gentlemen cannot be earnest. This acquisition will trample on our fallen liberty. Let my beloved Americans guard against that fatal lethargy that has pervaded the universe. Have we the means of resisting disciplined armies when our only defense, the militia, is put in the hands of Congress? The honorable gentleman said that the great danger would ensue if the convention rose without adopting this system. I ask, where is that danger? I see none. Other gentlemen have told us within these walls that the Union is gone, or that the Union will be gone. Is this not trifling with the judgment of their fellow citizens? Till they tell us the grounds of their fears, I will consider them as imaginary. I rose to make inquiry where those dangers were. They could make no answer. I believe I never shall have that answer. Is there a disposition in the people of this country to revolt against the dominion of laws? Has there been a single tumult in Virginia? Have not the people of Virginia, when laboring under the severest pressure of accumulated distress, manifested the most cordial acquiescence in the execution of the laws? What could be more awful than their unanimous acquiescence under general distress? Is there any revolution in Virginia? Whither is the spirit of America gone? Whither is the genius of America fled? It was but yesterday, when our enemies marched in triumph through our country. Yet the people of this country could not be appalled by their pompous armaments. They stopped their career and victoriously captured them. Where is the peril now compared to that? Some minds are agitated by foreign alarms. Happily for us, there is no real danger from Europe. That country is engaged in a more arduous business. From that quarter there is no cause of fear. You may sleep in safety forever for them. Where is the danger? If, sir, there was any, I would recur to the American spirit to defend us. That spirit which has enabled us to surmount the greatest difficulties. To that illustrious spirit I address my most fervent prayer to prevent our adopting a system destructive to liberty. Let not gentlemen be told that it is not safe to reject this government. Wherefore is it not safe? We are told there are dangers, but those dangers are ideal. They cannot be demonstrated. To encourage us to adopt it, they tell us that there is a plain, easy way of getting amendments. When I come to contemplate this part, I suppose that I am mad, or that my countrymen are so. The way to amendment is, in my conception, shut. Let us consider this plain, easy way. Quote, the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislature of 2/3 of the several States, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several States, or by the conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses of the 9th section of the first article, and no State without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Hence, it appears that 3/4 of the States must ultimately agree to any amendments that may be necessary. Let us consider the consequence of this. However uncharitable it may appear, yet I must tell my opinion, that the most unworthy characters may get into power and prevent the introduction of amendments. Let us suppose, for the case is supposable, possible, and probable, that you happen to deal those powers to unworthy hands. Will they relinquish powers already in their possession, or agree to amendments? 2/3 of the Congress or of the State legislatures are necessary even to propose amendments? If 1/3 of these be unworthy men, they may prevent the application for amendments. But what is destructive and mischievous is that 3/4 of the state legislatures or of the state conventions must concur in the amendments when proposed. In such numerous bodies there must necessarily be some designing bad men. To suppose that so large a number as 3/4 of the states will concur is to suppose that they will possess genius, intelligence, and integrity approaching to miraculous. It would indeed be miraculous that they should concur in the same amendments, or even in such as would bear some likeness to one another. For 4 of the smallest states that do not collectively contain 1/10 part of the population of the United States may obstruct the most salutary and necessary amendments. Nay, in these 4 states 6/10 of the people may reject these amendments, and suppose that amendments shall be opposed to the amendments, which is highly probable. Is it possible that 3/4 can ever agree to the same amendments? A bare majority in these 4 small states may hinder the adoption of amendments, so that we may be fairly and justly conclude that 1/20th part of the American people may prevent the removal of the most grievous inconveniences and oppression, by refusing to accede to the amendments. A trifling minority may reject the most salutary amendments. Is this an easy mode of securing the public liberty? It is, sir, a most fearful situation, when the most contemptible minority can prevent the alteration of the most oppressive government, for it may, in many respects, prove to be such. Is this the spirit of republicanism? What, sir, is the genius of democracy? Let me read that clause of the Bill of Rights of Virginia which relates to this. 3rd clause. That government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. Of all the various modes and forms of government, that is best, which is capable of producing the greatest degree of happiness and safety, and is most effectually secured against the danger of maladministration. And that whenever any government shall be found inadequate, or contrary to those purposes, a majority of the community hath an indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish it in such manner as shall be judged most conducive to the public weal. This, sir, is the language of democracy, that a majority of the community have a right to alter government when found to be oppressive. But how different is the genius of your new Constitution from this? How different from the sentiments of free men, that a contemptible minority can prevent the good of the majority? If then, gentlemen, standing on this ground, are come to that point that they are willing to bind themselves and their posterity to be oppressed, I am amazed, inexpressibly astonished. If this be the opinion of the majority, I must submit, but to me, sir, it appears perilous and destructive. I cannot help thinking so. Perhaps it may be the result of my age. These may be feelings natural to a man of my years, when the American spirit has left him, and his mental powers, like the members of the body, are decayed. If, sir, amendments are left to the 20th or 10th part of the people of America, your liberty is gone forever. We have heard that there is a great deal of bribery practiced in the House of Commons in England, and that many of the members raise themselves to preferments by selling the rights of the whole of the people. But, sir, the 10th part of that body cannot continue oppression on the rest of the people. English liberty is, in this case, on a firmer foundation than American liberty. It will be easily contrived to procure the opposition of 1/10 of the people to any alteration, however judicious. The honorable gentleman who presides tells us that, to prevent abuses in our government, we will assemble in convention, recall our delegated powers, and punish our servants for abusing the trust reposed in them. Oh, sir, we should have fine times indeed, if to punish tyrants it were only sufficient to assemble the people. Your arms, wherewith you could defend yourselves, are gone, and you have no longer an aristocratical, no longer a democratical spirit. Did you ever read any of the revolution in the nation brought about by the punishment of those in powers inflicted by those who had no power at all? You read of a riot act in a country which is called one of the freest in the world, where a few neighbors cannot assemble without the risk of being shot by a hired soldiery of the engines of despotism. We may see such an act in America. A standing army we shall have also, to execute the execrable commands of tyranny. And how are you to punish them? Will you order them to be punished? Who shall obey these orders? Will your mace bearer be a match for a disciplined regiment? In what situation are we to be? The clause before you gives a power of direct taxation, unbounded and unlimited exclusive power of legislation, in all cases whatsoever for 10 miles square and over all places purchased for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, etc. What resistance could be made? The attempt would be madness. You will find all the strength of this country in the hands of your enemies. Their garrisons will naturally be the strongest places in the country. Your militia is given up to Congress also in another part of this plan. They will therefore act as they think proper. All power will be in their own possession. You cannot force them to receive their punishment. Of what service would militia be to you when most probably you will not have a single musket in the state, for arms are to be provided by Congress. They may or may not furnish them. Let me here call your attention to that part which gives the Congress the power, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the States respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. By this, sir, you see that their control over our last and best defense is unlimited. If they neglect or refuse to discipline or arm our militia, they will be useless. The States can do neither, this power being exclusively given to Congress. The power of appointing officers over men not disciplined or armed is ridiculous, so that this pretended little remains of power left to the States may, at the pleasure of Congress, be rendered nugatory. Our situation will be deplorable indeed, nor can we ever expect to get this government amended, since I have already shown that a very small minority may prevent it, and that small minority interested in the continuance of the oppression. Will the oppressor let go the oppressed? Was there ever an instance? Can the annals of mankind exhibit one single example where rulers overcharged with power willingly let go the oppressed, though solicited and requested most earnestly? The application for amendments will therefore be fruitless. Sometimes the oppressed are got loose by one of those bloody struggles that desolate a country, but a willing relinquishment of power is one of those things which human nature never was nor ever will be capable of. The honorable gentleman's observations respecting the people's right of being the agents of the formation of government are not accurate in my humble conception. The distinction between a national government and a confederacy is not sufficiently discerned. Had the delegates who were sent to Philadelphia a power to propose a consolidated government instead of a confederacy, were they not deputed by states and not by the people? The assent of the people in their collective capacity is not necessary to the formation of a federal government. The people have no right to enter into leagues, alliances, or confederations. They are not the proper agent for this purpose. States and foreign powers are the only proper agents for this kind of government. Show me an instance where the people have exercised this business. Has it not always gone through the legislatures? I refer to you the treaties of France, Holland, and other nations. How were they made? Were they not made by the states? Are the people therefore in their aggregate capacity the proper persons to form a confederacy? This therefore ought to depend on the consent of the legislatures, the people having never sent delegates to make any proposition for changing the government. Yet I must say at the same time that it was made on grounds the most pure, and perhaps I might have been brought to consent to it so far as to the change of government. But there is one thing in it which I never would acquiesce in, I mean, the changing it to a consolidated government, which is so abhorrent to my mind. (Parentheses. The honorable gentleman then went on to the figure we make with foreign nations, the contemptible one we make in France and Holland, which, according to the substance of the notes, he attributes to the present feeble government. End parentheses. An opinion has gone forth, we find, that we are contemptible people. The time has been when we were thought otherwise. Under the same despised government, we commanded the respect of all Europe. Wherefore are we now reckoned otherwise? The American spirit has fled from hence. It has gone to regions where it has never been expected. It has gone to the people of France in search of a splendid government, a strong, energetic government. Shall we imitate the example of those nations who have gone from simple to a splendid government? Are those nations more worthy of our imitation? What can make an adequate satisfaction to them for the loss they have suffered in attaining such a government, for the loss of liberty? If we admit this consolidated government, it will be because we like a great, splendid one. Some way or another we must be a great and mighty empire. We must have an army and a navy and a number of things. When the American spirit was in its youth, the language of America was different. Liberty, sir, was then the primary object. We are descended from a people whose government was founded on liberty. Our glorious forefathers of Great Britain made liberty the foundation of everything. That country has become a great, mighty, a splendid nation, not because their government is strong and energetic, but, sir, because liberty is its direct end and foundation. We drew the spirit of liberty from our British ancestors. By that spirit we have triumphed over every difficulty. But now, sir, the American spirit, assisted by the ropes and chains of consolidation, is about to convert this country into a powerful and mighty empire. If you make the citizens of this country agree to become the subjects of one great consolidated empire of America, your government will not have sufficient energy to keep them together. Such a government is incompatible with the genius of republicanism. There will be no checks, no real balances in the government. What can avail your specious imaginary balances, your rope dancing, chain rattling, ridiculous ideal checks and contrivances? But, sir, we are not feared by foreigners. We do not make nations tremble. Would this constitute happiness or secure liberty? I trust, sir, our political hemisphere will ever direct their operations to the security of those objects. Consider our situation, sir. Go to the poor man, and ask him what he does. He will inform you that he enjoys the fruits of his labor, under his own fig tree, with his wife and children around him, in peace and security. Go to every other member of society. You will find the same tranquil ease and content. You will find no alarms or disturbances. Why, then, tell us of danger, to terrify us into adoption of this new form of government? And yet who knows the dangers that this new system may produce? They are out of sight of the common people. They cannot foresee latent consequences. I dread the operation of it on the middling and lower classes of people. It is for them I fear the adoption of this system. I fear I tire the patience of the committee, but I beg to be indulged with a few more observation. When I thus profess myself an advocate for the liberty of the people, I shall be told I am a designing man, that I am to be a great man, that I am to be a demagogue, and many similar illiberal insinuations will be thrown out. But, sir, conscious rectitude outweighs those things with me. I see great jeopardy in this new government. I see none from our present one. I hope some gentleman or other will bring forth in full array those dangers, if there be any, that we may see and touch them. I have said that I thought this a consolidated government. I will now prove it. Will the great rights of the people be secured by this government? Suppose it should prove oppressive, how can it be altered? Our Bill of Rights declares, quote, that a majority of the community hath an indubitable, unalienable, and indefeasible right to reform, alter, or abolish it, in such manner as shall be judged most conducive to the public weal. End quote. I have just proved that 1/10 or less of the people of America, a most despicable minority, may prevent this reform or alteration. Suppose the people of Virginia should wish to alter their government. Can a majority of them do it? No, because they are connected with other men, or, in other words, consolidated with other states. When the people of Virginia, at a future day, shall wish to alter their government, though they should be unanimous in this desire, yet they may be prevented therefrom by a despicable minority at the extremity of the United States. The founders of your own Constitution made your government changeable, but the powers of changing it is gone from you. Whither is it gone? It is placed in the same hands that hold the rights of 12 other states, and those who hold the rights have right and power to keep them. It is not the particular government of Virginia. One of the leading features of that government is that a majority can alter it when necessary for the public good. This government is not a Virginian, but an American government. It is not, therefore, a consolidated government. The 6th clause of your Bill of Rights tells you, quote, that elections of members to serve as representatives of the people in assembly ought to be free, and that all men having sufficient evidence of permanent common interest with and attachment to the community have the right of suffrage and cannot be taxed or deprived of their property for public uses without their own consent or that of their representatives so elected, nor bound by any law to which they have not in like manner assented for public good. End quote. But what does this Constitution say? The clause under consideration gives an unlimited and unbounded power of taxation. Suppose every delegate from Virginia opposes a law laying a tax. What will it avail? They are opposed by a majority. 11 members can destroy their efforts. Those feeble 10 cannot prevent the passing the most oppressive tax law, so that, in direct opposition to the spirit and express language of your Declaration of Rights, you are taxed, not by your own consent, but by people who have no connection with you. The next clause of the Bill of Rights tells you, quote, that all power of suspending law, or the execution of laws by any authority without the consent of the representatives of the people, is injurious to their rights and ought not to be exercised, end quote. This tells us that there can be no suspension of government or laws without our own consent. Yet this Constitution can counteract and suspend any of our laws that contravene its oppressive operation, for they have the power of direct taxation, which suspends our Bill of Rights. And it is expressly provided that they can make all laws necessary for carrying their powers into execution, and it is declared paramount to the laws and constitutions of the states. Consider how the only remaining defense we have left is destroyed in this manner. Besides the expenses of maintaining the Senate and other house in as much splendor as they please, there is to be a great and mighty president with very extensive powers, the powers of a king. He is to be supported in extravagant magnificence, so that the whole of our property tax may be taken by this American government by laying what taxes they please, giving themselves what salaries they please, and suspending our laws at their pleasure. I might be thought too inquisitive, but I believe I should take up very little of your time in enumerating the little power that is left to the government of Virginia, for this power is reduced to little or nothing. Their garrisons, magazines, arsenals, and forts, which will be situated in the strongest places within the states, their 10 miles square, with all the fine ornaments of human life, added to their powers and taken from the states, will reduce the power of the latter to nothing. The voice of tradition, I trust, will inform posterity of our struggles for freedom. If our descendants be worthy of the name of Americans, they will preserve and hand down to their latest posterity the transactions of the present times, and, though I confess my exclamations are not worthy the hearing, they will see that I have done my utmost to preserve their liberty. For I never will give up the power of direct taxation but for a scourge. I am willing to give it conditionally, that is, after non-compliance with requisitions. I will do more, sir, and what I hope will convince the most skeptical man that I am a lover of the American Union, that, in case Virginia shall not make punctual payment, the control of our custom houses and the whole regulation of trade shall be given to Congress, and that Virginia shall depend on Congress even for passports, till Virginia shall have paid the last farthing and furnished the last soldier. Nay, sir, there is another alternative to which I would consent, even that they should strike us out of the Union, and take away from us all federal privileges till we comply with federal requisitions. But let it depend upon our own pleasure to pay our money in the most easy manner for our people. Were all the states, more terrible than the mother country, to join against us, I hope Virginia could defend herself. But, sir, the dissolution of the Union is most abhorrent to my mind. The first thing I have at heart is American liberty. The second thing is American union, and I hope the people of Virginia will endeavor to preserve that union. The increasing population of the Southern States is far greater than that of New England. Consequently, in a short time they will be far more numerous than the people of that country. Consider this, and you will find this state more particularly interested to support the American liberty, and not bind our posterity by an improvident relinquishment of our rights. I would give the best security for a punctual compliance with requisitions, but I beseech gentlemen, at all hazards, not to give up this unlimited power of taxation. The honorable gentleman has told us that these powers given to Congress are accompanied by a judiciary which will correct all. On examination, you will find the very judiciary oppressively constructed, your jury trial destroyed, and the judges dependent on Congress. In this scheme of energetic government, the people will find two sets of tax gatherers, the state and the federal sheriffs. This, it seems to me, will produce such dreadful oppression that the people cannot possibly bear. The federal sheriff may commit what oppression, make what distresses he pleases, and ruin you with impunity. For how are you to tie his hands? Have you any sufficiently decided means of preventing him from sucking your blood by speculations, commissions, and fees? Thus thousands of your people will be most shamefully robbed. Our state sheriffs, those unfeeling bloodsuckers, have, under the watchful eye of our legislature, committed the most horrid and barbarous ravages on our people. It has required the most constant vigilance of the legislature to keep them from totally ruining the people. A repeated succession of laws has been made to suppress their iniquitous speculations and cruel exhortations, and as often their nefarious ingenuity devised methods of evading the force of those laws. In the struggle, they have generally triumphed over the legislature. It is a fact that lands have been sold for 5 shillings, which were worth £100. If sheriffs, thus immediately under the eye of our state legislature and judiciary, have dared to commit these outrages, what would they have not done if their masters had been in Philadelphia or New York? If they perpetrate the most unwarrantable outrage on your person or property, you cannot get redress on this side of Philadelphia or New York. How can you get it there? If your domestic avocations could permit you to go thither, there you must appeal to judges sworn to support this Constitution in opposition to that of any state, and who may also be inclined to favor their own officers. When these harpies are aided by excisemen, who may search at any time your houses and most secret recesses, will the people bear it? If you think so, you differ from me. Where I thought there was a possibility of such mischiefs, I would grant power with a niggardly hand, and here there is a strong probability that these oppressions shall actually happen. I may be told that it is safe to err on that side, because such regulations may be made by Congress as shall restrain these officers, and because laws are made by our representatives and judged by righteous judges. But, sir, as these regulations may be made, so they may not, and many reasons there are to induce a belief that they will not. I shall, therefore, be an infidel on that point till the day of my death. This Constitution is said to have beautiful features. But when I come to examine these features, sir, they appear to me horribly frightful. Among other deformities, it has an awful squinting. It squints towards monarchy, and does not this raise indignation in the breast of every true American? Your president may easily become king. Your Senate is so imperfectly constructed that your dearest rights may be sacrificed by what may be a small minority, and a very small minority may continue forever unchangeably this government, although horridly defective. Where are your checks in this government? Your strongholds will be in the hands of your enemies. It is on supposition that your American governance shall be honest, that all the good qualities of this government are founded. But its defective and imperfect construction puts it in their power to perpetrate the worst of mischiefs, should they be bad men. And, sir, would not all the world, from the eastern to the western hemisphere, blame our distracted folly in resting our rights upon the contingency of our rulers being good or bad? Show me that age and country where the rights and liberties of the people were placed on the sole chance that the rulers being good men without a consequent loss of liberty. I say that the loss of the dearest privilege has ever followed, with absolute certainty, every such mad attempt. If your American chief be a man of ambition and abilities, how easy is it for him to render himself absolute? The army is in his hands, and if he be a man of address, it will be attached to him, and it will be the subject of long meditation with him to seize the first auspicious moment to accomplish his design. And, sir, will the American spirit solely relieve you when this happens? I would rather infinitely, and I am sure most of this convention are of the same opinion, have a lord, kings, and commons, than a government so replete with such insupportable evils. If we make a king, we may prescribe the rules by which he shall rule his people, and interpose such checks as shall prevent him from infringing them. But the president, in the field, at the head of the army, can prescribe the terms on which he shall reign master, so far that it will puzzle any American ever to get his neck from under the galling yoke. I cannot with patience think of this idea. If he ever violates the laws, one of two things will happen. He will come at the head of his army to carry everything before him, or he will give bail or do what Mr. Chief Justice will order him. If he be guilty, will not the recollection of his crimes teach him to make one bold push for the American throne? Will not the immense difference between being master of everything and being ignominiously tried and punished powerfully excite him to make this bold push? But, sir, where is the existing force to punish him? Can he not, at the head of the army, beat down every opposition? Away with your president! We shall have a king. The army will salute him monarch. Your militia will leave you and assist in making him king, and fight against you. And what have you to oppose this force? What will then become of you and your rights? Will not absolute despotism ensue? What can be more defective than the clause concerning the elections? The control given to Congress over the time, place, and manner of holding elections will totally destroy the end of suffrage. The elections may be held at one place, and the most inconvenient in the state, or they may be at remote distances for those who have a right of suffrage. Hence, 9 out of 10 must either not vote at all, or vote for strangers. For the most influential characters will be applied to know who are the most proper to be chosen. I repeat, that the control of Congress over the manner, etc., of electing well warrants this idea. The natural consequence will be that this democratic branch will possess none of the public confidence. The people will be prejudiced against representatives chosen in such an injudicious manner. The proceedings in the Northern Conclave will be hidden from the yeomanry of this country. We are told that the yeas and nays shall be taken and entered on the journals. This, sir, will avail nothing. It may be locked up in their chests and concealed forever from the people, for they are not to publish what parts they think require secrecy. They may think, and will think, the whole requires it. Another beautiful feature of this Constitution is the publication from time to time of the receipts and expenditures of the public money. This expression, from time to time, is very indefinite and indeterminate. It may extend to a century. Grant that any of them are wicked, they may squander the public money so as to ruin you, and yet this expression will give you no redress. I say they may ruin you, for where, sir, is the responsibility? The yeas and nays will show you nothing, unless they be fools as well as knaves, for after having wickedly trampled on the rights of the people, they would act like fools indeed were they the public and divulge their iniquity, when they have it equally in their power to suppress and conceal it. Where is their responsibility, that leading principle in the British government? In that government, a punishment certain and inevitable is provided, but in this, there is no real, actual punishment for the grossest maladministration. They may go without punishment, though they commit the most outrageous violation on our immunities. That paper may tell me they will be punished, I asked. By what law? They must make the law, for there is no existing law to do it. What? Will they make a law to punish themselves? This, sir, is my great objection to the Constitution, that there is no true responsibility, and that the preservation of our liberty depends on the single chance of men being virtuous enough to make laws to punish themselves. In the country from which we are descended, they have real and not imaginary responsibility, for their maladministration has cost their heads to some of the most saucy geniuses that ever were. The Senate, by making treaties, may destroy your liberty and laws for want of its responsibility. 2/3 of those that shall happen to be present can, with the President, make treaties that shall be the supreme law of the land. They may make the most ruinous treaties, and yet there is no punishment for them. Whoever shows me a punishment provided for them will oblige me. So, sir, notwithstanding there are 8 pillars, they want another. Where will they make another? I trust, sir, the exclusion of the evils wherewith this system is replete in its present form will be made a condition precedent to its adoption by this or any other state. The transition from a general unqualified admission to offices to a consolidation of government seems easy, for though the American states are dissimilar in their structure, this will assimilate them. This, sir, is itself a strong consolidating feature, and is not one of the least dangerous in that system. 9 states are sufficient to establish this government over those 9. Imagine that 9 have come into it. Virginia has certain scruples. Suppose she will consequently refuse to join with those states. May not she still continue in friendship and union with them? If she sends her annual requisitions in dollars, do you think their stomachs will be so squeamish as to refuse her dollars? Will they not accept her regiments? They would intimidate you into an inconsiderate adoption, and frighten you with ideal evils, that the Union shall be dissolved. 'Tis a bugbear, sir. The fact is, sir, that the 8 adopting states can hardly stand on their own legs. Public fame tells us that the adopting states have already heartburns and animosity, and repent their precipitate hurry. This, sir, may occasion exceeding great mischief. When I reflect on these and many other circumstances, I must think those states will be found to be in confederacy with us. If we pay our quota of money annually, and furnish our rateable number of men when necessary, I can see no danger from rejection. The history of Switzerland clearly proves that we might be in amicable alliance with those states without adopting this constitution. Switzerland is a confederacy consisting of dissimilar governments. This is an example which proves that governments of dissimilar structures may be confederated. That confederate republic has stood upwards for 400 years, and although several of the individual republics are democratic and the rest aristocratic, no evil has resulted from this dissimilarity, for they have braved all the power of France and Germany during that long period. The Swiss spirit, sir, has kept them together. They have encountered and overcome immense difficulties with patience and fortitude. In the vicinity of powerful and ambitious monarchs, they have retained their independence, republican simplicity, and valor. Look at the peasants of that country and of France, and mark the difference. You will find the condition of the former far more desirable and comfortable, no matter whether the people be great, splendid, and powerful, if they enjoy freedom. The Turkish Grand Signor alongside of our President would put us to disgrace, but we should be as abundantly consoled for this disgrace when our citizens have been put in contrast with the Turkish slave. The most valuable end of government is the liberty of the inhabitants. No possible advantages can compensate for the loss of this privilege. Show me the reason why the American Union is to be dissolved. Who are these 8 adopting states? Are they averse to give us a little time to consider before we conclude? Would such a disposition render a junction with them eligible, or is it the genius of that kind of government to precipitate people hastily in the measures of the utmost importance, and grant no indulgence? If it be, sir, is it for us to accede to such a government? We have a right to have time to consider. We shall therefore insist upon it. Unless the government be amended, we can never accept it. The adopting states will doubtless accept our money and our regiments. And what is to be the consequence if we are disunited? I believe it is yet doubtful whether it is not proper to stand by a while, and see the effect of its adoption on other states. In forming a government, the utmost care should be taken to prevent its becoming oppressive, and this government is of such an intricate and complicated nature that no man on this earth can know its real operation. The other states have no reason to think, from the antecedent conduct of Virginia, that she has any intention of seceding from the Union, or of being less active to support the general welfare. Would they not, therefore, acquiesce in our taking our time to deliberate whether the measure be not perilous, not only for us, but the adopting states? Permit me, sir, to say that a great majority of the people, even in the adopting states, are averse to this government. I believe I would be right to say that they have been egregiously misled. Pennsylvania has, perhaps, been tricked into it. If the other states who have adopted it have not been tricked, still they were too much hurried into its adoption. There were very respectable minorities in several of them, and if reports be true, a clear majority of the people are averse to it. If we also accede, and it should prove grievous, that peace and prosperity of our country, which we all love, will be destroyed. The government has not the affection of the people at present. Should it be oppressive, their affections will be totally estranged from it, and, sir, you know that a government without their affections can neither be durable nor happy. I speak as one poor individual, but when I speak the language of thousands. But, sir, I mean not to breathe the spirit, nor utter the language, of secession. I have trespassed so long on your patience. I am really concerned that I have something yet to say. The honorable member has said we shall be properly represented. Remember, sir, that the number of our representatives is but 10, whereof 6 is a majority. Will those men be possessed of sufficient information? A particular knowledge of particular districts will not suffice. They must be well acquainted with agriculture, commerce, and a great variety of other matters throughout the continent. They must know not only the actual state of nations in Europe and America, the situations of their farmers, cottages, and mechanics, but also the relative situations and intercourse of those nations. Virginia is as large as England. Our proportion of representatives is but 10 men. In England, they have 558. The House of Commons in England, numerous as they are, we are told, are bribed, and have bartered away the rights of their constituents, What, then, shall become of us? Will these few protect our rights? Will they be incorruptible? You say that they will be better men than the English commoners. I say they will be infinitely worse men, because they are to be chosen blindfolded. Their election (the term as applied to their appointment is inaccurate) will be an involuntary nomination, and not a choice. I have, I fear, fatigued the committee, yet I have not said the 100,000th part of what I have on my mind and wish to impart. On this occasion, I conceived myself bound to attend strictly to the interest of the state, and I thought her dearest rights at stake. Having lived so long, been so much honored, my efforts, though small, are due to my country. I have found my mind hurried on from subject to subject on this very great occasion. We have been all out of order, from the gentleman who opened today to myself. I did not come prepared to speak on so multifarious a subject, in so general a manner. I trust you will indulge me another time. Before you abandon the present system, I hope you will consider not only its defects most maturely, but likewise those of that which you are to substitute for it. May you be fully apprised of the dangers of the latter, not by fatal experience, but by some abler advocate than I. End Anti Federalist Papers, Section 54. Patrick Henry addressing the Virginia Ratifying Convention, Thursday, June 5th, 1788. Anti Federalist Papers, Section 55. Patrick Henry, Virginia Ratifying Convention, Saturday, June 7th, 1788. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, May 2007. I have thought, and still think, that a full investigation of the actual situation of America ought to precede any decision of this great and important question. That government is no more than a choice among evils is acknowledged by most intelligent among mankind, and has been a standing maxim for ages. If it be demonstrated that the adoption of the new plan is a little or a trifling evil, then, sir, I acknowledge that adoption ought to follow. But, sir, if this be truth, that its adoption may entail misery on the free people of this country, I then insist that rejection ought to follow. Gentlemen strongly urge its adoption will be a mighty benefit to us. But, sir, I am made of so incredulous materials that assertions and declarations do not satisfy me. I must be convinced, sir. I shall retain my infidelity on that subject till I see our liberties secured in a manner perfectly satisfactory to my understanding. There are certain maxims by which every wise and enlightened people will regulate their conduct. There are certain political maxims which no free people ought ever to abandon, maxims of which the observance is essential to the security of happiness. It is impiously irritating the average hand of heaven when a people who are in full enjoyment of freedom launch out into the wide ocean of human affairs, and desert those maxims which alone can preserve liberty. Such maxims, humble as they are those only which can render a nation safe or formidable. Poor little humble republican maxims have attracted the admiration and engaged the attention of the virtuous and wise in all nations, and have stood the shock of ages. We do not now admit the validity of maxims which we once delighted in. We have since adopted maxims of a different, but more refined nature, new maxims which tend to the prostration of republicanism. We have one, sir, that all men are by nature free and independent, and have certain inherent rights of which, when they enter into society, they cannot by any compact deprive or divest their posterity. We have a set of maxims of the same spirit, which must be beloved by every friend to liberty, to virtue, to mankind. Our Bill of Rights contains these admirable maxims. Now, sir, I say, let us consider whether the picture given of American affairs ought to drive us from those beloved maxims. The honorable gentleman, Governor Randolph, has said that it is too late in the day for us to reject this new plan. That system which was once execrated by the honorable member must now be adopted, let its defects be ever so glaring. That honorable member will not accuse me of want of candor when I cast in my mind what he has given the public, and compare it to what has happened since. It seems to me very strange and unaccountable that that which was the object of his execration should now receive his encomiums. Something extraordinary must have operated so great a change as his opinion. It is too late in the day. Gentlemen must excuse me if they should declare again and again that it was too late, and I should think differently. I never can believe, sir, that it is too late to save all that is precious, if it be proper, and, independently of every external consideration wisely constructed, let us receive it. But, sir, shall its adoption by 8 States induce us to receive it, if it be replete with the most dangerous defects? They urge that subsequent amendments are safer than previous amendments, and that they will answer the same ends. At present, we have our liberties and privileges in our own hands. Let us not relinquish them. Let us not adopt this system till we see them secure. There is some small possibility that, should we follow the conduct of Massachusetts, amendments might be obtained. There is a small possibility of amending any government. But, sir, shall we abandon our most inestimable rights, and rest their security on a mere possibility? The gentleman fears the loss of the Union. If 8 States have ratified it unamended, and we should rashly imitate their precipitate example, do we not thereby disunite from several other States? Shall those who have risked their lives for the sake of the Union be at once thrown out of it? If it be amended, every State will accede to it. But by an imprudent adoption in its defective and dangerous state, a schism must inevitably be the consequence. I can never, therefore, consent to hazard our most unalienable rights on an absolute uncertainty. You are told there is no peace, although you fondly flatter yourselves that all is peace. No peace, a general cry and alarm in the country, commerce, riches, and wealth vanished, citizens going to seek comforts in other parts of the world, laws insulted, many instances of tyrannical legislation. These things, sir, are new to me. He has made the discovery. As to the administration of justice, I believe that failures in commerce, etc., cannot be attributed to it. My age enables me to recollect its progress under the old government. I can justify it by saying that it continues in the same manner in this State as it did under the former government. As to other parts of the continent, I refer that to other gentlemen. As to the ability of those who administer it, I believe they would not suffer by a comparison with those who administered it under the royal authority. Where is the cause of complaint if the wealthy go away? Is this, added to other circumstances, of such enormity, and does it bring such danger over this commonwealth as to warrant so important and so awful a change in so precipitate a manner? As to insults offered to the laws, I know of none. In this respect, I believe this commonwealth would not suffer by comparison with the former government. The laws are well executed, and as patently acquiesced in as they were under the royal administration. Compare the situation of the country, compare that of our citizens to what it was then, to decide whether persons and property are not as safe and secure as they were at that time. Is there a man in this commonwealth whose person can be insulted with impunity? Cannot redress be had here for personal insults or injuries, as well as in any part of the world, as well as in those countries where aristocrats and monarchs triumph and reign? Is not the protection of property in full operation here? The contrary cannot with truth be charged on this commonwealth. Those severe changes which are exhibited against it appear to be totally groundless. On a fair investigation, we shall be found to be surrounded by no real dangers. We have the animating fortitude and persevering alacrity of republican men to carry us through misfortunes and calamities. It is the fortune of a republic to be able to withstand the stormy ocean of human vicissitudes. I know of no danger awaiting us. Public and private security are to be found here in the highest degree. Sir, it is the fortune of a free people not to be intimidated by imaginary dangers. Fear is the passion of slaves. Our political and natural hemisphere are now equally tranquil. Let us recollect the awful magnitude of the subject of our deliberation. Let us consider the latent consequences of an erroneous decision, and let not our minds be led away by unfair misrepresentations and uncandid suggestions. There have been many instances of uncommon lenity and temperance used in the exercise of power in this commonwealth. I could call your recollection to many that happened during the war and since, but every gentleman here must be apprised of them. The honorable member has given you an elaborate account of what he judges tyrannical legislation, and an ex post facto law (in the case of Josiah Phillips). He has misrepresented the facts. That man was not executed by a tyrannical stroke of power, nor was he a Socrates. He was a fugitive murderer and an outlaw, a man who commanded an infamous banditti, and at a time when the war was at its most perilous stage. He committed the most cruel and shocking barbarities. He was an enemy to the human name. Those who declare war against human race may be struck out of existence as soon as they are apprehended. He was not executed according to those beautiful legal ceremonies which are pointed out by laws in criminal cases. The enormity of his crimes did not entitle him to it. I am truly a friend to legal forms and methods, but, sir, the occasion warranted the measure. A pirate, an outlaw, or a common enemy to all mankind may be put to death at any time. It is justified by the law of nature and nations. The honorable member tells us, then, that there are burnings and discontents in the hearts of our citizens in general, and that they are dissatisfied with their government. I have no doubt the honorable member believes this to be the case, because he says so. But I have the comfortable assurance that it is a certain fact that it is not so. The middle and lower ranks of people have not these illuminated ideas which the well-born are so happily possessed of. They cannot so readily perceive latent objects. The microscopic eyes of modern statesmen can see abundance of defects in old systems, and their illuminated imaginations discover the necessity of a change. They are captivated by the parade of the number 10, the charms of the 10 miles square. Sir, I feel this charge will ultimately lead to our ruin. My fears are not the force of imagination. They are but too well founded. I tremble for my country. But, sir, I trust, I rely, and I am confident that this political speculation has not taken so strong a hold of men's minds as some would make us believe. The dangers which may arise from our geographical situation will be more properly considered a while hence. At present, what may be surmised on the subject, with respect to the adjacent states, is merely visionary. Strength, sir, is a relative term. When I reflect on the natural force of those nations that might be induced to attack us, and consider the difficulty of the attempt, and uncertainty of the success, and compare thereto the relative strength of our country, I say that we are strong. We have no cause to fear from that quarter. We have nothing to dread from our neighboring states. The superiority of our cause would give us an advantage over them, were they so unfriendly or rash to attack us. As to that part of the community, which the honorable gentleman spoke of as being in danger of being separated from us, what excitement or inducement could its inhabitants have to wish such an event? It is a matter of doubt whether they would derive any advantage to themselves, or be any loss to us by such separation. Time has been, and may yet come, when they will find it to their advantage and true interest to be united with us. There is no danger of a dismemberment of our country, unless a constitution be adopted which will enable the government to plan enemies on our backs. By the Confederation, the rights of territory are secured. No treaty can be made without the consent of 9 states. While the consent of 9 states is necessary to the cessation of territory, you are safe. If it be put in the power of a less number, you will most infallibly lose the Mississippi. As long as we can preserve our unalienable rights, we are in safety. This new Constitution will involve in its operation the loss of the navigation of that valuable river. The honorable gentleman cannot be ignorant of the Spanish transactions. A treaty had nearly been entered into with Spain to relinquish that navigation. That relinquishment would absolutely have taken place had the consent of 7 states been sufficient. The honorable gentleman told us then that 8 states have adopted the system. We cannot suppose they will recede on our account. I know not what they may do, but this I know, that a people of infinitely less importance than those of Virginia stood the terror of war. Vermont, sir, withstood the terror of 13 states. Maryland did not accede to the Confederation until the year 1781. These 2 states, feeble as they are comparatively to us, were not afraid of the whole Union. Did either of these states perish? No, sir, they were admitted freely into the Union. Will not Virginia, then, be admitted? I flatter myself that these states which have ratified the new plan of government will open their arms and cheerfully receive us, although we should propose certain amendments as the conditions on which we should ratify it. During the late war, all the states were in pursuit of the same object. To obtain that object, they made most strenuous exertions. They did not suffer trivial considerations to impede its acquisition. Give me leave to say that, if the smallest states in the Union were admitted into it, after having unreasonably procrastinated their accession, the greatest and most mighty state in the Union will be easily admitted, when her reluctance to an immediate accession to this system is founded on the most reasonable grounds. When I call this the most mighty state in the Union, do I not speak the truth? Does not Virginia surpass every state in the Union in number of inhabitants, extent of territory, felicity of position, and affluence and wealth? Some infatuation hangs over men's minds, and they will inconsiderately precipitate into measures the most important, and give not a moment's deliberation to others, nor pay any respect to their opinions. Is this federalism? Are these the beloved effects of the federal spirit, that its votaries will never accede to the just propositions of others? Sir, were there nothing objectionable in it but that, I would vote against it. I desire to have nothing to do with such men as will obstinately refuse to change their opinions. Are our opinions not to be regarded? I hope that you will recollect that you are going to join with men who will pay no respect even to this state. Switzerland consists of 13 cantons expressly confederated for national defense. They have stood the shock of 400 years. That country has enjoyed internal tranquility most of that long period. Their dissensions have been, comparatively to those in other countries, very few. What has passed in the neighboring countries? War, dissensions, and intrigues. Germany involved in the most deplorable civil war 30 years successively, continually convulsed with intestine divisions and harassed by foreign wars. France, with her mighty monarchy, perpetually at war. Compare the peasants of Switzerland with those of any other mighty nation, you will find them far more happy. For one civil war among them, there have been 5 or 6 among other nations. Their attachment to their country and freedom, their resolute intrepidity in their defense, and consequent security and happiness which they have enjoyed, and the respect and awe which these things produced in the bordering nations, have signalized those republicans. Their valor, sir, has been active. Everything that sets in motion the springs of the human heart engaged them to that protection of their inestimable privileges. They have not only secured their own liberty, but have been the arbiters of the fate of other people. Here, sir, contemplate the triumph of the republican governments over the pride of monarchy. I acknowledge, sir, that the necessity of national defense has prevailed in invigorating their councils and arms, and has been, in a considerable degree, the means of keeping these honest people together. But, sir, they have had wisdom enough to keep together, and render themselves formidable. Their heroism is proverbial. They would heroically fight for their government and their laws. One of the illumined sons of these times would not fight for those objects. Those virtuous and simple people have not a mighty and splendid president, nor enormously expensive navies and armies to support. No, sir, those brave republicans have acquired their reputation no less by their undaunted intrepidity than by the wisdom of their frugal and economical policy. Let us follow their example, and be equally happy. The honorable member advises us to adopt a measure which will destroy our Bill of Rights, for, after having his picture of nations, and his reasoning for abandoning all the powers retained to the States by the Confederation, I am more firmly persuaded of the impropriety of adopting this new plan in its present shape. I had doubts of the power of those who went to the convention, but now we are possessed of it, let us examine it. When we trusted the great object of revising the Confederation to the greatest and best and most enlightened of our citizens, we thought their deliberations would have been solely confined to that revision. Instead of this, a new system, totally different in its nature and vesting the most extensive powers in Congress, is presented. Will the 10 men you are to send to the Congress be more worthy than those 7 were? If power grew so rapidly in their hands, what may it not do in the hands of others? If those who go from this date will find power accompanied by temptation, our situation must be truly critical. When about forming a government, if we mistake the principles or commit any other error, the very circumstance promises that power will be abused. The greatest caution and circumspection are therefore necessary, nor does this proposed system, on its investigation here, deserve the least charity. The honorable gentleman says that the national government is without energy. I perfectly agree with him, and when he cries out "Union," I agree with him. But I tell him not to mistake the end for the means. The end is union. The most capital means, I suppose, are an army and navy. On a supposition, I will acknowledge this. Still the bare act of agreeing to that paper, though it may have an amazing influence, will not pay our millions. There must be things to pay debts. What these things are, or how they are to be produced, must be determined by our political wisdom and economy. The honorable gentleman alleges that previous amendments will prevent the junction of our riches from producing great profits and emoluments, which would enable us to pay our public debts by excluding us from the Union. I believe, sir, that a previous ratification of a system notoriously and confessedly defective will endanger our riches, our liberty, our all. Its defects are acknowledged. They cannot be denied. The reason offered by the honorable gentleman for adopting this defective system is its adoption by the 8 States. I say, sir, that, if we present nothing but what is reasonable in the shape of amendments, they will receive us. Union is as necessary for them as for us. Will they, then, be so unreasonable as not to join us? If such be their disposition, I am happy to know it in time. The honorable member then observed that nations will expend millions for commercial advantages. That is, they will deprive you of every advantage if they can. Apply this another way. Their cheaper way, instead of laying out millions and making war upon you, will be to corrupt your senators. I know that, if they not be above all price, they may make a sacrifice to our commercial interests. They may advise your president to make a treaty that will not only sacrifice all your commercial interests, but throw prostrate your Bill of Rights. Does he fear that their ships will outnumber ours on the ocean, or that nations whose interest comes in contact with ours, in the progress of their guilt, will perpetrate the vilest expedients to exclude us from a participation in commercial advantages? Does he advise us, in order to avoid this evil, to adopt a constitution, which will enable such nations to obtain their ends by the more easy mode of contaminating the principles of our senators? Sir, if our senators will not be corrupted, it will be because they will be good men, and not because the Constitution provides against corruption. For there is no real check secured in it, and the most abandoned and profligate act may with impunity be committed by them. With respect to Maryland, what danger from thence? I know none. I have not heard of any hostility premeditated or committed. 9/10 of the people have not heard of it. Those who are so happy as to be illumined have not informed their fellow citizens of it. I am so valiant as to say that no danger can come from that source sufficient to make me abandon my republican principles. The honorable gentleman ought to have recollected that there are no tyrants in America, as there are in Europe. The citizens of republican borders are only terrible to tyrants. Instead of being dangerous to one another, they mutually support one another's liberties. We might be confederated with the adopting states without ratifying this system. No form of government renders a people more formidable. A confederacy of states joined together becomes strong as the United Netherlands. The government of Holland, execrated as it is, proves that the present confederation is adequate to every purpose of human association. There are 7 provinces confederated together for a long time, containing numerous opulent cities and many of the finest ports in the world. The recollection of the situation of that country would make me execrate monarchy. The singular felicity and success of that people are unparalleled. Freedom has done miracles there in reclaiming land from the ocean. It is the richest spot on the face of the globe. Have they no men or money? Have they no fleets or armies? Have they no arts and sciences among them? How did they repel the attacks of the greatest nations in the world? How have they acquired their amazing influence and power? Did they consolidate government to effect these purposes as we do? No, sir. They have trampled over every obstacle and difficulty, and have arrived at the summit of political felicity and of uncommon opulence by means of a confederacy, that very government which gentlemen affect to despise. They have, sir, avoided a consolidation as the greatest of evils. They have lately, it is true, made one advance to that fatal progression. This misfortune bursts on them by iniquity and artifice. That stadtholder, that executive magistrate, contrived it in conjunction with other European nations. It was not the choice of the people. Was it owing to his energy that this happened? If 2 provinces have paid nothing, what have not the rest done? And have not these 2 provinces made other exertions? Ought they, to avoid this inconvenience, to have consolidated their different states, and have a 10 miles square? Compare that little spot, nurtured by liberty, with the fairest country in the world. Does not Holland possess a powerful navy and army, and a full treasury? They did not acquire these by debasing the principles and trampling on the rights of their citizens. Sir, they acquired these by their industry, economy, and by the freedom of their government. Their commerce is the most extensive in Europe. Their credit is unequaled. Their felicity will be an eternal monument of the blessings of liberty. Every nation in Europe is taught by them what they are and what they ought to be. The contrast between those nations and this happy people is the most splendid spectacle for republicans, the greatest cause of exultation and triumph to the sons of freedoms. While other nations, precipitated by the rage, ambition, or folly, have, in the pursuit of the most magnificent projects, riveted the fetters of bondage on themselves and descendants, these republicans secured in their political happiness and freedom. Where is there a nation to be compared to them? Where is there now, or where was there ever, a nation of so small a territory, and so few in number, so powerful, so wealthy, so happy? What is the cause of this superiority? Liberty, sir. The freedom of their government. Though they are now unhappily in some degrees consolidated, yet they have my acclamations, when put in contrast with those millions of their fellow men who lived and died like slaves. The dangers of a consolidation ought to be guarded against in this country. I shall exert my poor talents to ward them off. Dangers are to be apprehended in whatever manner we proceed, but those of a consolidation are the most destructive. Let us leave no expedient untried to secure happiness. But, whatever be our decision, I am consoled if American liberty will remain entire only for half a century, and I trust that mankind in general, and our posterity in particular, will be compensated for every anxiety we now feel. Another gentleman tells us that no inconvenience will result from the exercise of the power of taxation by the general government, that 2 shillings out of 10 may be saved by the impost, and that 4 shillings may be paid to the federal collector and 4 to the state collector. A change of government will not pay money. If, from the probable amount of the imposts, you take the enormous and extravagant expenses which will certainly attend the support of this great consolidated government, I believe you will find no reduction of the public burdens by this new system. The splendid maintenance of the President and of the member of both houses, and the salaries and fees of the swarm of officers and dependents of the government, will cost this continent immense sums. Double sets of collectors will double their expenses. To those are to be added oppressive excisemen and custom house officers. Sir, the people have a hereditary hatred to custom house officers. The experience of the mother country leads me to detest them. They have introduced their baneful influence into the administration and destroyed one of the most beautiful systems that ever the world saw. Our forefathers enjoyed liberty there while that system was in its purity, but now it is contaminated by influence of every kind. The style of the government, we the people, was introduced perhaps to recommend it to the people at large, to those citizens who are to be leveled and degraded to the lowest degree, who are likened to a herd, and who, by the operation of this blessed system, are to be transformed from respectable, independent citizens to abject, dependent subjects or slaves. The honorable gentleman has anticipated what we are to be reduced to by degradingly assimilating our citizens to a herd. I will exchange that abominable word for requisitions. Requisitions, which gentlemen affect to despise, have nothing degrading in them. On this depends our political prosperity. I never will give up that darling word requisitions. My country may give it up, a majority may wrest it from me, but I will never give it up till my grave. Requisitions are attended with one singular advantage: they are attended by deliberation. They secure to the states the benefit of correcting oppressive errors. If our assembly thought requisitions erroneous, if they thought the demand was too great, they might at least supplicate Congress to reconsider, that it was a little too much. The power of direct taxation was called by the honorable gentleman the soul of the government. Another gentleman called it the lungs of the government. We all agree that it is the most important part of the body politic. If the power of raising money be necessary for the general government, it is no less so for the states. If money be the vitals of Congress, is it not precious for those individuals from whom it is to be taken? Must I give my soul, my lungs, to Congress? Congress must have our souls. The state must have our souls. This is dishonorable and disgraceful. These two coordinate, interfering, unlimited powers of harassing the community are unexampled. It is unprecedented in history. They are the visionary projects of modern politicians. Tell me not of imaginary means, but of reality. This political solecism will never tend to the benefit of the community. It will be as oppressive in practice as it is absurd in theory. If you part from this, which the honorable gentleman tells you is the soul of Congress, you will be inevitably ruined. I tell you, they shall not have the soul of Virginia. They tell us that one collector may collect the federal and state taxes, the general government being paramount to the state legislatures. If the sheriff is to collect for both, his right hand for Congress, his left for the state, his right hand being paramount over the left, his collections will go to Congress. We shall have the rest. Deficiencies in collections will always operate against the states. Congress, being the paramount supreme power, must not be disappointed. Thus, Congress will have an unlimited, unbounded command over the soul of the Commonwealth. After satisfying their uncontrolled demands, what can be left for the states? Not a sufficiency even to defray the expenses of their internal administration. They must therefore glide imperceptibly and gradually out of existence. This, sir, must naturally terminate in a consolidation. If this will do for other people, it never will do for me. If we are to have one representative for every 30,000 souls, it must be by implication. The Constitution does not positively secure it. Even say it is a natural implication. Why not give us a right to that proportion in express terms, in language that could not admit of evasions or subterfuges? If they can use implication for us, they can also use implication against us. We are giving power, they are getting power. Judge then on which side the implication will be used. When we once put it in their option to assume constructive power, danger will follow. Trial by jury and liberty of the press are also on this foundation of implication. If they encroach on these rights, and you give your implication for a plea, you are cast, for they will be justified by the last part of it, which gives them full power, to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper to carry their power into execution. Implication is dangerous, because it is unbounded. If it be admitted at all, and no limits be prescribed, it admits of the utmost extension. They say that everything that is not given is retained. The reverse of the proposition is true by implication. They do not carry their implication so far when they speak of the general welfare. No implication when the sweeping clause comes. Implication is only necessary when the existence of privileges is in dispute. The existence of powers is sufficiently established. If we trust our dearest rights to implication, we shall be in a very unhappy situation. Implication in England has been a source of dissension. There has been a war of implication between the king and people. For 100 years did the mother country struggle under the uncertainty of implication. The people insisted that their rights were implied, the monarch denied the doctrine. The Bill of Rights, in some degree, terminated the dispute. By a bold implication, they said they had a right to bind us in all cases whatsoever. This constructive power we opposed, and successfully. 13 or 14 years ago, the most important thing that could be thought of was to exclude the possibility of construction and implication. These, sir, were then deemed perilous. The first thing that was thought of was a Bill of Rights. We were not satisfied with your constructive, argumentative rights. A Bill of Rights is indispensably necessary. A general positive provision should be inserted in the new system, securing to the states and the people every right which is not conceded to the general government, and every implication should be done away with. It now being late, I will resume the subject another time. End Anti Federalist Papers, Section 55. Patrick Henry, Virginia Ratifying Convention, Saturday, June 7, 1788. Anti Federalist Papers, Section 56. Patrick Henry, Virginia Ratifying Convention, Monday, June 9, 1788. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.L. Cohen, Cleveland, Ohio, May 2007. Mr. Chairman, I find myself again constrained to trespass on the patience of this committee. I wish there was a prospect of union in our sentiments. So much time would not then be taken up. But when I review the magnitude of the subject under consideration, and of dangers which appear to me in this new plan of government, and compare thereto my poor abilities to secure our rights, it will take much more time, in my poor, unconnected way, to traverse the objectionable parts of it. There are friends here who will be abler than myself to make good those objections which to us appear well founded. If we recollect, on last Saturday I made some observations on some of those dangers which these gentlemen would fain persuade us hang over the citizens of this Commonwealth, to induce us to change the government and adopt the new plan. Unless there be great and awful dangers, the change is dangerous, and the experiment ought not to be made. In estimating the magnitude of these dangers, we are obliged to take a most serious view of them, to see them, to handle them, and to be familiar with them. It is not sufficient to feign mere imaginary dangers. There must be a dreadful reality. The great question between us is, does that reality exist? These dangers are partially attributed to bad laws execrated by the community at large. It is said that the people wish to change the government. I should be happy to meet them on that ground. Should the people wish to change it, we should be innocent of the dangers. It is a fact that the people do not wish to change their government. How am I to prove it? It will rest on my bare assertion, unless supported by an internal conviction in men's breasts. My poor say-so is a mere nonentity. But, sir, I am persuaded that 4/5 of the people of Virginia must have amendments to the new plan to reconcile them to a change of their government. It is a slippery foundation for the people to rest their political salvation on my or their assertions. No government can flourish unless it be founded on the affection of the people. Unless gentlemen can be sure that this new system is founded on that ground, they ought to stop their career. I will not repeat what the gentlemen say. I will mention one thing. There is a dispute between us and the Spaniards about the right of navigating the Mississippi. This dispute is sprung from the federal government. I wish a great deal to be said on this subject. I wish to know the origin and progress of the business, as it would probably unfold great dangers. In my opinion, the preservation of that river calls for our most serious consideration. It has been agitated in Congress. 7 states have voted, so that it is known to the Spaniards that under our existing system, the Mississippi shall be taken from them. 7 states wish to relinquish this river to them. The 6 southern states opposed it. 7 states not being sufficient to convey it away, it remains now ours. If I am wrong, there is a number on this floor who can contradict the facts. I will readily retract. This new government, I conceive, will enable those states who have already discovered their inclination that way to give away this river. Will the honorable gentleman advise us to relinquish its inestimable navigation and place formidable enemies on our backs? This poor confederation cannot secure us. We are resolved to take shelter under the shield of federal authority in America. The southern parts of America have been protected by that weakness so much execrated. I hope this will be explained. I was not in Congress when these transactions took place. I may not have stated every fact. I may have misrepresented matters. I hope to be fully acquainted with everything relative to the object. Let us hear how the great and important right of navigating that river has been attended to, and whether I am mistaken in my opinion that federal measures will lose it to us forever. If a bare majority of Congress can make laws, the situation of our Western citizens is dreadful. We are threatened with danger for the non-payment of our debt due to France. We have information come from an illustrious citizen of Virginia, who is now in Paris, which disproves the suggestions of such dangers. This citizen has not been in the airy regions of theoretic speculation. Our ambassador is this worthy citizen. The ambassador of the United States of America is not so despised as the honorable gentleman would make us believe. A servant of a republic is as much respected as that of a monarch. The honorable gentleman tells us that hostile fleets are to be sent to make reprisals upon us. Our ambassador tells you that the King of France has taken into consideration to enter into commercial regulations on reciprocal terms with us, which will be a peculiar advantage to us. Does this look like hostility? I might go farther. I might say, not from public authority, but good information, that his opinion is that you reject this government. His character and abilities are in the highest estimation. He is well acquainted in every respect with this country, equally so with the policy of the European nations. This illustrious citizen advises you to reject this government till it be amended. His sentiments coincide entirely with ours. His attachment to and services done for this country are well known. At a great distance from us, he remembers and studies our happiness. Living in splendor and dissipation, he thinks yet of Bill of Rights, thinks of those little, despised things called maxims. Let us follow the sage advice of this common friend of our happiness. It is little usual for nations to send armies to collect debts.
The House of Bourbon, that great friend to America, will never attack her for her unwilling delay of payment. Give me leave to say that Europe is too much endangered about objects of greater importance to attend to us. On that great theater of the world, the little American matters vanish. Do you believe that the mighty monarch of France, beholding the greatest scenes that ever engaged the attention of a prince of that country, will divert himself for those important objects and now call for a settlement of accounts with America? This proceeding is not warranted by good sense. The friendly disposition to us and the actual situation of France render the idea of danger from that quarter absurd. Would this countryman of ours be fond of advising us to a measure which he knew to be dangerous? And can it reasonably be supposed that he can be ignorant of any premeditated hostility against this country? The honorable gentleman may suspect the account, but I will do our friend the justice to say that he would warn us of any danger from France. Do you suppose the Spanish monarch will risk a contest with the United States when his feeble colonies are exposed to them? Every advance the people make to the westward makes him tremble for Mexico and Peru. Despised as we are among ourselves, under our present government, we are terrible to that monarchy. If this not be a fact, it is generally said so. We are, in the next place, frightened by dangers from Holland. We must change our government to escape the wrath of that republic. Holland groans under a government like this new one. A stadtholder, sir, a Dutch president, has brought on that country miseries which will not permit them to collect debts with fleets or armies. The wife of a Dutch stadtholder brought 100,000 men against the republic and prostrated all opposition. This president will bring the miseries on us like those of Holland. Such is the condition of European affairs, that it would be unsafe for them to send fleets or armies to collect debts. But here, sir, they make a transition to objects of another kind. We are presented with dangers of a very uncommon nature. I am not acquainted with the arts of painting. Some gentlemen have a peculiar talent for them. They are practiced with great ingenuity on this occasion. As a counterpart to what we have already been intimidated with, we are told that some lands have been sold, which cannot be found, and that this will bring war on this country. Here the picture will not stand examination. Can it be supposed, if a few land speculators and jobbers have violated the principles of probity, that it will involve this country in war? Is there no redress to be otherwise obtained, even admitting the delinquents and sufferers to be numerous? When gentlemen are thus driven to produce imaginary dangers, to induce this convention to assent to this change, I am sure it will not be uncandid to say that the change itself is really dangerous. Then the Maryland compact is broken, and will produce perilous consequences. I see nothing very terrible in this. The adoption of the new system will not remove the evil. Will they forfeit good neighborhood with us because the compact is broken? Then the disputes concerning the Carolina line are to involve us in dangers. A strip of land running from the westward of the Alleghany to the Mississippi is the subject to this pretended dispute. I do not know the length or breadth of this disputed spot. Have they not regularly confirmed our right to it, and relinquished all claims to it? I could venture to pledge that the people of Carolina will never disturb us. The strength of this despised country has settled an immense tract of the country of the westward. Give me leave to remark that the honorable gentleman's observation on our frontiers, north and south, east and west, are all inaccurate. Will Maryland fight against this country for seeking amendments? Were there not 60 members in that state who went in quest of amendments? 60 against 8 or 10 were in favor of pursuing amendments. Shall they fight us for doing what they themselves have done? They have sought amendments, but differently from the manner in which I wish amendments to be got. The honorable gentleman may plume himself on this difference. Will they fight us for this dissimilarity? Will they fight us for seeking the objects they seek themselves? When they do, It will be time for me to hold my peace. Then, sir, comes Pennsylvania, in terrible array. Pennsylvania is to go in conflict with Virginia. Pennsylvania has been a good neighbor heretofore. She is federal, something terrible. Virginia cannot look her in the face. If we sufficiently attend to the actual situation of things, we shall conclude that Pennsylvania will do what we do. A number of that country are strongly opposed to it. Many of them have lately been convinced of its fatal tendency. They are disgorged of their federalism. I beseech you to bring this matter home to yourselves. Was there a possibility for the people of that state to know the reasons of adopting that system, or understanding its principles in so very short a period after its formation? This is the middle of June. Those transactions happened last August. The matter was circulated by every effort of industry and the most precipitate measures taken to hurry the people into adoption. Yet now, after having had several months to investigate it, a very large part of this community, a great majority of this community, do not understand it. I have heard gentlemen of respectable abilities declare that they did not understand it. If, after great pains, men of high learning, who have received the aids of a regular education, do not understand it, if the people of Pennsylvania understood it in so short a time, it must have been from intuitive understandings and uncommon acuteness of perception. Place yourselves in their situation. Would you fight your neighbors for considering this great and awful matter? If you wish for real amendments, such as the security of trial by jury, it will reach the hearts of the people of that state. Whatever may be the disposition of the aristocratical politicians of that country, I know there are friends of human nature in that state. If so, they will never make war on those who make professions of what they are attached to themselves. As to dangers arising from borderers, it is mutual and reciprocal. If it be dangerous for Virginia, it is equally so for them. It will be their true interest to be united with us. The danger of our being their enemies will be a prevailing argument in our favor. It will be as powerful to admit us into the Union as a vote of adoption, without previous amendments, could possibly be. Then the savage Indians are to destroy us. We cannot look them in the face. The danger is here divided. They are as terrible to the other states as to us. But, sir, it is well known that we have nothing to fear from them. Our back settlers are considerably stronger than they. Their superiority increases daily. Suppose the states to be confederated all around us, what we want in numbers we shall make up otherwise. Our compact situation and natural strength will secure us. But to avoid all dangers, we must take shelter under the federal government. Nothing gives us a decided importance but this federal government. You will sip sorrow, according to that vulgar phrase, if you want any other security than the laws of Virginia. A number of characters of the greatest eminence in this country object to this government for its consolidating tendencies. This is not imaginary. It is a formidable reality. If consolidation proves to be as mischievous to this country as it has been to other countries, what will the poor inhabitants of this country do? This government will operate like an ambuscade. It will destroy the state governments and swallow the liberties of the people without giving previous notice. If gentlemen are willing to run the hazard, let them run it, but I shall exculpate myself by my opposition and monitory warnings within these walls. But then comes paper money. We are at peace on this subject. Though this is a thing which the mighty Federal Convention had no business with, yet I acknowledge that paper money would be the bane of this country. I detest it. Nothing can justify people in resorting to it but extreme necessity. It is at rest, however, in this Commonwealth. It is no longer solicited or advocated. Sir, I ask you, and every other gentleman who hears me, if he can retain his indignation at a system which takes from the state legislatures the care and preservation of the interest of the people. 180 representatives, the choice of the people of Virginia, cannot be trusted with their interests. They are a mobbish, suspected herd. This country has not virtue enough to manage its own internal interests. These must be referred to the chosen 10. If we cannot be trusted with the private contracts of the citizens, we must be depraved indeed. If he can prove that, by one uniform system of abandoned principles, the legislature has betrayed the rights of the people, then let us seek another shelter. So degrading an indignity, so flagrant an outrage on the states, so vile a suspicion, is humiliating to my mind, and many others. Will the adoption of this new plan pay our debts? This, sir, is a plain question. It is inferred that our grievances are to be redressed, and the evils of the existing system to be removed by the new Constitution. Let me inform the honorable gentleman that no nation has ever paid its debts by a change of government, without the aid of industry. You will never pay your debts but by a radical change of domestic economy. At present you buy too much, and make too little to pay. Will this system promote manufactures, industry, and frugality? If, instead of this, your hopes and designs will be disappointed, you relinquish a great deal, and hazard indefinitely more, for nothing. Will it enhance the value of your lands? Will it lessen your burdens? Will your looms and wheels go to work by the act of adoption? If it will, in its consequence, produce these things, it will consequently produce a reform and enable you to pay your debts. Gentlemen must prove it. I am a skeptic, an infidel on this point. I cannot conceive that will have these happy consequences. I cannot confide in assertions and allegations. The evils that attend us lie in extravagance and want of industry, and can only be removed by assiduity and economy. Perhaps we shall be told by gentlemen that these things will happen because the administration is to be taken from us and placed in the hands of the few, who will pay greater attention and be more studiously careful than we can be supposed to be. With respect to the economical operation of the new government, I will only remark that the national expenses will be increased. If not doubled, it will approach it very nearly. I might, without incurring the imputation of illiberality or extravagance, say that the expense will be multiplied tenfold. I might tell you of a numerous standing army, a great powerful navy, a long and rapacious train of officers and dependents, independent of the president, senators, and representatives, whose compensations are without limitation. How are our debts to be discouraged unless the taxes are increased, when the expenses of the government are so greatly augmented? The defects of this system are so numerous and palpable, and so many states object to it, that no union can be expected unless it be amended. Let us take a review of the facts. New Hampshire and Rhode Island have rejected it. They have refused to become federal. New York and North Carolina are reported to be strongly against it. From high authority, give me leave to tell that New York is in high opposition. Will any gentleman say that North Carolina is not against it? They may say so, but I say the adoption of it in those two states amounts to an entire uncertainty. The system must be amended before these 4 states will accede to it. Besides, there are several other states who are dissatisfied and wish alterations. Massachusetts had, in decided terms, proposed amendments, but, by her previous ratification, has put the cart before the horse. Maryland instituted a committee to propose amendments. It then appears that 2 states have actually refused to adopt. 2 of those who have adopted have a desire of amending, and there is a probability of its being rejected by New York and North Carolina. The other states have acceded without proposing amendments. With respect to them, local circumstances have, in my judgment, operated to produce its unconditional, instantaneous adoption. The locality of the seat of government, 10 miles square, and the seat of justice, with all their concomitant emoluments, operated so powerfully with the first adopting state that it was adopted without taking time to reflect. We are told that numerous advantages will result from the concentration of the wealth and grandeur of the United States in one happy spot to those who will reside in or near it. Prospects of profits and emoluments have a powerful influence on the human mind. We, sir, have no such projects as that of a grand seat of government for 13 states, and perhaps for 100 states hereafter. Connecticut and New Jersey have their localities also. New York lies between them. They have no ports and are not importing states. New York is an importing state, and, taking advantage of its situation, makes them pay duties for all the articles of their consumption. Thus these two states, being obliged to import all they want through the medium of New York, pay the particular taxes of that state. I know the force and effect of reasoning of this sort by experience. When the impost was proposed some years ago, those states which were not importing states readily agreed to concede to Congress the power of laying an impost on all goods imported, for the use of the continental treasury. Connecticut and New Jersey, therefore, are influenced by advantages of trade in their adoption. The amount of all imposts to go into one common treasury. This favors adoption by the non-importing states, as they participate in the profits which were before exclusively enjoyed by the importing states. Notwithstanding this obvious advantage to Connecticut, there is a formidable minority there against it. After taking this general view of American affairs as respecting federalism, will the honorable gentleman tell me that he can expect union in America? When so many states are pointedly against it, when two adopting states have pointed out in express terms their dissatisfaction as it stands, and when there is so respectable a body of men discontented in every state, can the honorable gentleman promise himself harmony of which he is so fond? If he can, I cannot. To me it appears unequivocally clear that we shall not have that harmony. If it appears to the other states that our aversion is founded on just grounds, will they not be willing to indulge us? If disunion will really result from Virginia's proposing amendments, will they not wish the reestablishment of the Union and admit us, if not on such terms as we prescribe, yet on advantageous terms? Is not union as essential to their happiness as to ours? Sir, without a radical alteration, the states will never be embraced on one federal pale. If you attempt to force it down men's throats and call it union, dreadful consequences must follow. He has said a great deal of disunion, and the dangers that are to arise from it. When we are on the subject of disunion and dangers, let me ask, how will his present doctrine hold with what has happened? Is it consistent with that noble and disinterested conduct which he displayed on a former occasion? Did he not tell us that he withheld a signature? Where, then, were the dangers which now appear to him so formidable? He saw all America eagerly confiding that the result of their deliberations would remove their distresses. He saw all America acting under the impulses of hope, expectation, and anxiety arising from their situation, and their partiality for the members of that convention. Yet his enlightened mind, knowing that system to be defective, magnanimously and nobly refused its approbation. He was not led by the illumined, the illustrious few. He was actuated by the dictates of his own judgment, and a better judgment than I can form. He did not stand out of the way of information. He must have been possessed of every intelligence. What alteration has a few months brought about? The eternal difference between right and wrong does not fluctuate. It is immutable. I ask this question as a public man, and out of no particular view. I wish, as such, to consult every source of information to form my judgment on so awful a question. I had the highest respect for the honorable gentleman's abilities. I considered his opinion as a great authority. He taught me, sir, in despite of the approbation of that great federal convention, to doubt of the propriety of that system. When I found my honorable friend in the number of those who doubted, I began to doubt also. I coincided with him in opinion. I shall be a staunch and faithful disciple of his. I applaud that magnanimity which led him to withhold his signature. If he thinks now differently, he is as free as I am. Such is my situation, that as a poor individual I look for information everywhere. This government is so new, it wants a name. I wish its other novelties were as harmless as this. He told us we had an American dictator in the year 1781. We never had an American president. In making a dictator, we followed the example of the most glorious, magnanimous, and skillful nations. In great dangers, this power has been given. Rome had furnished us with an illustrious example. America found a person for that trust. She looked to Virginia for him.
We gave a dictatorial power to hands that used it gloriously, and which were rendered more glorious by surrendering it up. Where is there a breed of such dictators? Shall we find a set of American presidents of such a breed? Will the American president come and lay prostrate at the feet of Congress his laurels? I fear there are few men who can be trusted on that head. The glorious Republic of Holland has erected monuments of her warlike intrepidity and valor, yet she is now totally ruined by a stadtholder, a Dutch president. The destructive wars into which that nation has been plunged have since involved her in ambition. The glorious triumphs of Blenheim and Ramillies were not so conformable to the genius, nor so much to the true interest of the Republic, as those numerous and useful canals and dikes and other objects at which ambition spurns. That Republic has, however, by the industry of its inhabitants and policy of its magistrates, suppressed the ill effects of ambition. Notwithstanding 2 of their provinces having paid nothing, yet I hope the example of Holland will tell us that we can live happily without changing our present despised government. Cannot people be as happy under a mild as under an energetic government? Cannot content and felicity be enjoyed in republics as well as in monarchies, because there are whips, chains, and scourges used in the latter? If I am not as rich as my neighbor, if I give my might, my all, republican forbearance will say that it is sufficient. So said the honest Confederates of Holland. You are poor, we are rich. We will go on, and do better than be under an oppressive government. Far better will it be for us to continue as we are than to go under that tight, energetic government. I am persuaded of what the honorable gentleman says, that separate confederacies will ruin us. In my judgment, there are evils never to be thought of till a people are driven by necessity. When he asks my opinion of consolidation, of one power to reign over America with a strong hand, I will tell him, I am persuaded of the rectitude of my honorable friend's opinion, Mr. Mason, that one government cannot reign over so extensive a country as this is without absolute despotism. Compared to such consolidation, small confederacies are little evils, though they ought to be recurred to but in case of necessity. Virginia and North Carolina are despised. They could exist separated from the rest of America. Maryland and Vermont were not overrun when out of the Confederacy. Though it is not a desirable object, yet I trust that on examination it will be found that Virginia and North Carolina would not be swallowed up in case it was necessary for them to be joined together. When we come to the spirit of domestic peace, the humble genius of Virginia has formed a government suitable to the genius of her people. I believe the hands that formed the American Constitution triumph in the experiment. It proves that the man who formed it, and perhaps by accident, did what design could not do in other parts of the world. After all your reforms in government, unless you consult the genius of its inhabitants, you will never succeed. Your system can have no duration. Let me appeal to the candor of the committee, if the want of money be not the source of all our misfortunes. We cannot be blamed for not making dollars. This want of money cannot be supplied by changes in government. The only possible remedy, as I have before asserted, is industry, aided by economy. Compare the genius of the people with the government of this country. Let me remark that it stood the severest conflict during the war to which ever human virtue has been called. I call upon every gentleman here to declare whether the King of England had any subjects so attached to his family and government, so loyal as we were. But the genius of Virginia called on us for liberty, called us from those beloved endearments which from long habits we were taught to love and revere. We entertained from our earliest infancy the most sincere regard and reverence for the mother country. Our partiality extended to a predilection for her customs, habits, manners, and laws. Thus inclined, when the deprivation of our liberty was attempted, what did we do? What did the genius of Virginia tell us? Sell all and purchase liberty. This was a severe conflict. Republican maxims were then esteemed. Those maxims and the genius of Virginia landed you safe on the shore of freedom. On this awful occasion, did you want a federal government? Did federal ideas possess your minds? Did federal ideas lead you to the most splendid victories? I must again repeat the favorite idea that the genius of Virginia did, and will again, lead us to happiness. To obtain the most splendid prize you did not consolidate. You accomplished the most glorious ends by the assistance of the genius of your country. Men were then taught by that genius that they were fighting for what was most dear to them. View the most affectionate father, the most tender mother, operated on by liberty, nobly stimulating their sons, their dearest sons, sometimes their only son, to advance the defense of their country. We have seen the sons of Cincinnatus, without splendid magnificence of parade, going, with the genius of their great progenitor Cincinnatus, to the plough. Men who served their country without ruining it, men who had served to the destruction of their private patrimonies, the country owing them amazing accounts for the payment of which no adequate provision was then made. We have seen such men throw prostrate their arms at your feet. They did not call for those emoluments which ambition presents to some imaginations. The soldiers, who were able to command everything, instead of trampling on those laws which they were instituted to defend, most strictly obeyed them. The hands of justice have not been laid on a single American soldier. Bring them into contrast with Europeans. You will see an astonishing superiority over the latter. There has been a strict subordination to the laws. The honorable gentleman's office gave him an opportunity of viewing if the laws were administered so as to prevent riots, routs, and unlawful assemblies. From his then situation, he could have furnished us with the instances in which licentiousness trampled on the laws. Among all our troubles, we have paid almost to the last shilling for the sake of justice. We have paid as well as any state. I will not say better. To support the general government and our own legislature, to pay the interest of the public debts and defray contingencies, we have been heavily taxed. To add to these things, the distress produced by paper money and by tobacco contracts were sufficient to render any people discontented. These, sir, were great temptations. But in the most severe conflict of misfortune, this code of laws, this genius of Virginia, call it what you will, triumphed over everything. Why did it please the gentleman, Mr. Corbin, to bestow such epithets on our country? Have the worms taken possession of the wood, that our strong vessel, our political vessel, has sprung a leak? He may know better than I, but I consider such epithets to be the most illiberal and unwarrantable aspersions on our laws. The system of laws under which we have lived has been tried and found to suit our genius. I trust we shall not change this happy system. I cannot so easily take leave of an old friend, till I see him following after and pursuing other objects, which can pervert the great objects of human legislation. Pardon me if I withhold my assent. Some here speak of the difficulty in forming a new code of laws. Young as it were not wonderful if there was a difficulty in forming and assimilating one system of laws. I shall be obliged to the gentleman if he would point out those glaring, those great faults. The efforts of assimilating our laws to our genius have not been found altogether vain. I shall pass over some other circumstances which I intended to mention, and endeavor to come to the capital objection which my honorable friend has made. My worthy friend said that a republican form of government would not suit a very extensive country, but that if a government were judiciously organized and limits prescribed to it, an attention to these principles might render it possible for it to exist in an extensive territory. Whoever will be bold to say that a continent can be governed by that system contradicts all the experience of the world. It is a work too great for human wisdom. Let me call for an example. Experience has been called the best teacher. I call for an example of great extent of country, governed by one government or Congress, call it what you will. I tell him that a government may be trimmed up according to gentlemen's fancy, but it never can operate. It would be but very short-lived. However disagreeable it may be to lengthen my objections, I cannot help taking notice of what honorable gentlemen said. To me it appears that there is no check in that government. The President, Senators, and Representatives all, immediately or immediately, are the choice of the people. Tell me not of checks on paper, but tell me of checks founded on self-love. The English government is founded on self-love. This powerful, irresistible stimulus of self-love has saved that government. it has interposed that hereditary nobility between the king and commons. If the host of lords assist or permit the king to overturn the liberties of the people, the same tyranny will destroy them. They will therefore keep the balance in the democratic branch. Suppose they see the commons encroach upon the king. Self-love, that great energetic check, will call upon them to interpose, for if the king be destroyed, their destruction must speedily follow. Here is a consideration which prevails in my mind to pronounce the British government superior, in this respect, to any government that ever was in any country. Compare this with your congressional checks. I beseech gentlemen to consider whether they can say, when trusting power, that a more patriotic profession will be equally operative and efficacious as the check of self-love. In considering the experience of ages, is it not seen that fair, disinterested patriotism and professions of attachment to rectitude have never been solely trusted to by enlightened free people? If you depend on your presidents' and senators' patriotism, you are gone. Have you a resting place like the British government? Where is the rock of your salvation? The real rock of political salvation is self-love, perpetuated from age to age in every human breast, and manifested in every action. If they can stand the temptations of human nature, you are safe. If you have a good president, senators, and representatives, there is no danger. But can this be expected from human nature? Without real checks, it will not suffice that some of them are good. A good president, or senator, or representative will have a natural weakness. Virtue will slumber. The wicked will be continually watching. Consequently, you will be undone. Where are your checks? You have no hereditary nobility, an order of men to whom human eyes can be cast up for relief. For, says the Constitution, there is no title of nobility to be granted, which, by the by, would not have been so dangerous as the perilous succession of powers contained in this paper, because, as Montesquieu says, when you give titles of nobility, you know what you give, but when you give power, you know not what you give. If you say that, out of this depraved mass, you can collect luminous characters, it will not avail unless this luminous breed will be propagated from generation to generation. And even then, if the number of vicious characters will preponderate, you are undone. And that this will certainly be the case is, to my mind, perfectly clear. In the British government, there are real balances and checks. In this system, there are only ideal balances. Till I am convinced that there are actual efficient checks, I will not give my assent to its establishment. The President and Senators have nothing to lose. They have not that interest in the preservation of the government that the King and Lords have in England. They will, therefore, be regardless of the interests of the people. The Constitution will be as safe with one body as with two. It will answer every purpose of human legislation. How was the Constitution of England when only the Commons had the power? I need not remark that it was the most unfortunate era when that country returned to King, Lords, and Commons without sufficient responsibility in the King. When the Commons of England, in the manly language which became free men, said to their King, "You are our servant," then the temple of liberty was complete. From that noble source have we derived our liberty, that spirit of patriotic attachment to one's country, that zeal for liberty, and that enmity to tyranny, which signalized the then champions of liberty we inherit from our British ancestors. And I am free to own that, if you cannot love a republican government, you may love the British monarchy, for although the king is not sufficiently responsible, the responsibility of his agents and the efficient checks interposed by the British Constitution render it less dangerous than other monarchies or oppressive tyrannical aristocracies. What are the checks of exposing accounts? The checks upon paper are inefficient and nugatory. Can you search your president's closet? Is this a real check? We ought to be exceedingly cautious in giving up this life, this soul of money, this power of taxation to Congress. What powerful check is there here to prevent the most extravagant and profligate squandering of the public money? What security have we in money matters? Inquiry is precluded by this Constitution. I never wish to see Congress supplicate the States, but it is more abhorrent to my mind to give them an unlimited and unbounded command over our souls, our lives, our purses, without any check or restraint. How are you to keep inquiry alive? How discover their conduct? We are told by that paper that a regular statement and account of receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Here is a beautiful check. What time? Here is the utmost latitude left. If those who are in Congress please to put that construction upon it, the words of the Constitution will be satisfied by publishing these accounts once in every 100 years. They may publish or not as they please. Is this like the present despised system, whereby the accounts are to be published monthly? I come now to speak something of requisitions, which the honorable gentleman thought so truly contemptible and disgraceful. That incorrigible gentleman, being a child of the Revolution, must recollect with gratitude the glorious effects of requisitions. It is an idea that must be grateful to every American. An English army was sent to compel us to pay money contrary to our consent, to force us, by arbitrary and tyrannical coercion, to satisfy their unbounded demands. We wished to pay with our own consent. Rather than pay against our consent, we engaged in that bloody contest which terminated so gloriously. By requisitions we pay with our own consent. By the means we have triumphed in the most arduous struggle that ever tried the virtue of man. We fought then for what we are contending for now, to prevent an arbitrary deprivation of our property, contrary to our consent and inclination. I shall be told in this place that those who are to tax us are our representatives. To this I answer, that there is no real check to prevent their ruining us. There is no actual responsibility. The only semblance of a check is the negative power of not re-electing them. This, sir, is but a feeble barrier when their personal interest, their ambition and avarice come to be put in contrast with the happiness of the people. All checks founded on anything but self-love will not avail. The Constitution reflects in the most degrading and mortifying manner on the virtue, integrity, and wisdom of the state legislatures. It presupposes that the chosen few who go to Congress will have more upright hearts and more enlightened minds than those who are members of the individual legislatures. To suppose that 10 gentlemen shall have more real, substantial merit than 170 is humiliating to the last degree. If, sir, the diminution of numbers be an augmentation of merit, perfection must center in one. If you have the faculty of discerning spirits, it is better to point out at once the man who has this most illuminated qualities. If 10 men be better than 170, it follows of necessity that 1 is better than 10. The choice is more refined. Such is the danger of the abuse of implied power, that it would be safer at once to have 7 representatives, the number to which we are now entitled, than depend upon the uncertain and ambiguous language of this paper. The number may be lessened instead of being increased, and yet, by argumentative constructive implied power, the proportion of taxes may continue the same, or be increased. Nothing is more perilous than constructive power, which gentlemen are so willing to trust their happiness to. If sheriffs prove now an overmath for our legislature, if their ingenuity has eluded the vigilance of our laws, how will the manner be amended when they come clothed with federal authority? A strenuous argument offered by gentlemen is, that the same sheriffs may collect for the continental and state treasuries. I have before shown that this must have an inevitable tendency to give a decided preference to the federal treasury in actual collections, and to throw all deficiencies on the state. This imaginary remedy for the evil of congressional taxation will have another oppressive operation. The sheriff comes today as a state collector, next day as federal. How are you to fix him? How will it be possible to discriminate oppressions committed in one capacity from those perpetrated in another? Will not this ingenuity perplex the simple and honest planter? This will at least involve in difficulties those who are unacquainted with legal ingenuity. When you fix him, where are you to punish him? For I suppose they will not stay in our courts, they must go to the federal court. For if I understand that paper right, all controversies arising under the Constitution or under the laws made in pursuance thereof are to be tried in that court. When gentlemen told us that this part deserved the least exception, I was in hopes they would prove that there was plausibility in their suggestions, and that oppression would probably not follow. Are we not told that it shall be treason to levy war against the United States? Suppose an insult offered to the federal laws at an immense distance from Philadelphia. Will this be deemed treason? And shall a man be dragged many hundred miles to be tried as a criminal for having, perhaps justifiably, resisted an unwarrantable attack upon his person or property? I am not well acquainted with federal jurisprudence, but it appears to me that these oppressions must result from this part of the plan. It is at least doubtful, and where there is even a possibility of such evils, they ought to be guarded against. There are to be a number of places fitted out for arsenals and dockyards in the different states. Unless you sell to Congress such places as are proper for these within your state, you will not be as consistent after adoption. It results therefore clearly that you are to give into the hands all such places as are fit for strongholds. When you have these fortifications and garrisons within your state, your legislature will have no power over them, though they see the most dangerous insults offered to the people daily. They are also to have magazines in each state. These depositories for arms, though within the state, will be free from the control of its legislature. Are we at last brought to such a humiliating and debasing degradation that we cannot be trusted with arms for our own defense? Where is the difference between having our arms in our possession and under our own direction and having them under the management of Congress? If our defense be the real object of having those arms, in whose hands can they be trusted with more propriety, or equal safety to us, as in our own hands? If our legislature be unworthy of legislating for every foot in this state, they are unworthy of saying another word. The clause which says the Congress shall, quote, provide for arming, organizing, and disciplining in the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers, end quote, seem to put the states in power of Congress. I wish to be informed, if a Congress neglected to discipline them, whether the states were not precluded from doing it. Not being favored with a particular answer, I am confirmed in my opinion that the states have not the power of disciplining them, without recurring to the doctrine of constructed implied powers. If by implication the states may discipline them, by implication also Congress may officer them, because, in a partition of power, each has a right to come in for part, and because implication is to operate in favor of Congress on all occasions, where their object is an extension of power, as well as in favor of the states. We have not 1/4 of the arms that would be sufficient to defend ourselves. The power of arming the militia, and the means of purchasing arms, are taken from the state by the paramount powers of Congress. If Congress will not arm them, they will not be armed at all. There have been no instances shown of a voluntary cession of power sufficient to induce me to grant the most dangerous power. A possibility of their future relinquishment will not persuade me to yield such powers. Congress, by the power of taxation, by that of raising an army, and by their control over the militia, have the sword in one hand and the purse in the other. Shall we be safe without either? Congress have an unlimited power over both. They are entirely given up by us. Let him candidly tell me where and when did freedom exist when the sword and purse were given up from the people? Unless a miracle in human affairs interposed, no nation ever retained its liberty after loss of the sword and purse. Can you prove by any argumentative deduction that it is possible to be safe without retaining one of these? If you give them up, you are gone. Give us least a plausible apology why Congress should keep their proceedings in secret. They have the power of keeping them secret as long as they please, for the provision for periodical publication is too inexplicit and ambiguous to avail anything. The expression from time to time, as I have more than once observed, admits of any extension. They may carry on the most wicked and pernicious schemes under the dark veil of secrecy. The liberties of a people never were, nor ever will be secure, when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. The most iniquitous plots may be carried on against their liberty and happiness. I am not an advocate for divulging indiscriminately all the operations of government, though the practice of our ancestors in some degree justifies it. Such transactions, as relate to military operation or affairs of great consequence, the immediate promulgation of which might defeat the interest of the community, I would not wish to be published, till the end which required their secrecy should have been effected. But to cover with the veil of secrecy the common routine of business is an abomination in the eyes of every intelligent man and every friend to his country. I appeal to this convention if it would not be better for America to take off the veil of secrecy. Look at us. Here are transactions. If this had been the language of the Federal Convention, what would have been the result? Such a constitution would not have come out, to your utter astonishment, conceding such dangerous powers and recommending secrecy in the future transactions of government. I believe it would have been given more general satisfaction if the proceedings of that convention had not been concealed from the public eye. This Constitution authorizes the same conduct. There is not an English feature in it. The transactions of Congress may be concealed a century from the public, consistent with the Constitution. This, sir, is a laudable imitation of the transactions of the Spanish Treaty. We have not forgotten with what a thick veil of secrecy those transactions were covered. We are told that this government, collectively taken, is without an example, that it is national in this part and federal in that part, etc. We may be amused, if we please, by a treatise on political anatomy. In the brain it is national, the stamina are federal, some limbs are federal, others national. The senators are voted for by the state legislatures, so far it is federal. Individuals choose the members of the first branch, here it is national. It is federal in conferring general powers, but national in retaining them. It is not to be supported by the states, the pockets of individuals are to be searched for its maintenance. What signifies it to me that you have the most curious anatomical description of it in its creation? To all the common purposes of legislation, it is a great consolidation of government. You are not to have the right to legislate in any but trivial cases. You are not to touch private contracts. You are not to have the right of having arms in your own defense. You cannot be trusted with dealing out justice between man and man. What shall the states have to do? Take care of the poor, repair and make highways, erect bridges, and so on and so on? Abolish the state legislatures at once. What purposes should they be continued for? Our legislature will indeed be a ludicrous spectacle. 180 men marching in solemn, farcical procession, exhibiting a mournful proof of the lost liberty of their country, without the power of restoring it. But, sir, we have the consolation that it is a mixed government. That is, it may work sorely on your neck, but you will have some comfort by saying that it was a federal government in its origin. I beg, gentlemen, to consider. Lay aside your prejudices. Is this a federal government? Is it not a consolidated government for almost every purpose? Is the government of Virginia a state government after this government is adopted? I grant that it is a republican government, but for what purposes? For such trivial domestic considerations as to render it unworthy the name of a legislature. I shall take leave of this political anatomy by observing that it is the most extraordinary that ever entered to the imagination of man. If our political diseases demand a cure, this is unheard of medicine. The honorable member, I am convinced, wanted a name for it. Were your health in danger, would you take new medicine? I need not make use of these exclamations, for every member in this committee must be alarmed at making new and unusual experiments in government. Let us have national credit and a national treasury in case of war. You never can want national resources in time of war, if the war be a national one, if it be necessary and this necessity be obvious to the meanest capacity. The utmost exertions will be used by the people of America in that case. A republic has this advantage over a monarchy, that the wars are generally founded on more just grounds. A republic can never enter into a war unless it be a national war, unless it be approved of or desired by the whole community. Did ever a republic fail to use the utmost resources of the community when war was necessary? I call for an example. I call also for an example where a republic has been engaged in a war contrary to the wishes of the people. There are thousands of examples where the ambition of its prince has precipitated a nation into the most destructive war. No nation ever withheld power when its object was just and right. I will hazard an observation. I find fault with the paper before you, because the same power that declares war has the power to carry it on. Is it so in England? The king declares war, the House of Commons gives the means of carrying it on. This is a strong check on the king. He will enter into no war that is unnecessary, for the commons have the power of withholding the means, will exercise that power, unless the object of the war be for the interest of the nation. How is it here? The Congress can both declare war and carry it on, and levy your money as long as you have a shilling to pay. I shall now speak a little of the colonial confederacy which was proposed at Albany. Massachusetts did not give her consent to the project at Albany, so as to consolidate with the other colonies. Had there been a consolidation at Albany, where would have been their charter? Would that confederacy have preserved their charter from Britain? The strength and energy of the then designed government would have crushed American opposition. The American Revolution took its origin from the comparative weakness of the British government, not being concentrated in one point. A concentration of the strength and interest of the British government in one point would have rendered opposition to its tyrannies fruitless. For want of the consolidation do we now enjoy liberty, and the privilege of debating at this moment. I am pleased with the colonial establishment. The example which the honorable member has produced, to persuade us to depart from our present confederacy, rivets me to my former opinion, and convinces me that consolidation must end in the destruction of our liberties. The honorable gentleman has told us of our ingratitude to France. She does not intend to take payment by force. Ingratitude shall not be laid to my charge. I wish to see the friendship between this country and that magnanimous ally perpetuated. Requisitions will enable us to pay the debt we owe to France and other countries. She does not desire us to go from our beloved republican government. The change is inconsistent with our engagements with those nations. It is cried out that those in opposition wish disunion. This is not true. They are the most strenuous enemies to it. This government will clearly operate disunion. If it be heard on the other side of the Atlantic that you are going to disunite and dissolve the Confederacy, what says France? Will she be indifferent to an event that will so radically affect her treaties with us? Our treaty with her is founded on the Federation. We are bound to her as 13 states confederated. What will become of the treaty? It is said the treaties will be on better footing. How so? Will the President, Senate, and House of Representatives be parties to them? I cannot conceive how the treaties can be as binding if the Confederacy is dissolved as they are now. Those nations will not continue their friendship then. They will become our enemies. I look on the treaties as the greatest pillars of safety. If the House of Bourbon keeps us, we are safe. Dissolve that Confederacy, who has you? The British. Federalism will not protect you from the British. Is a connection with that country more desirable? I was amazed when gentlemen forgot the friends of America. I hope that this dangerous change will not be effected. It is safe for the French and Spaniards that we should continue to be 13 states, but it is not so that we should be consolidated into one government. They have settlements in America. Will they like the schemes of popular ambition? Will they not have some serious reflections? You may tell them that you have not changed your situation, but they will not believe you. If there be a real check intended to be left on Congress, it must be left in the state governments. There will be some check as long as the judges are incorrupt. As long as they are upright, you may preserve your liberty. But what will the judges determine when the state and federal authority comes to be contrasted? Will your liberty then be secure when the congressional laws are declared paramount to the laws of your state and the judges are sworn to support them? I am constrained to make a few remarks on the absurdity of adopting this system and relying on the chance of getting it amended afterwards. When it is confessed to be replete with defects, is it not offering to insult your understandings to attempt to reason you out of the propriety of rejecting it till it be amended? Does it not insult your judgments to tell you, adopt first and then amend? Is your rage for novelty so great that you are first to sign and seal and then to retract? Is it possible to conceive a greater solecism? I am at a loss of what to say. You agree to bind yourselves hand and foot for the sake of what? Of being unbound? You go into a dungeon for what? To get out? Is there no danger when you go in that the bolts of federal authority shall shut you in? Human nature never will part from power. Look for an example of voluntary relinquishment of power from one end of the globe to the other. You will find none.
9/10 of our fellow men have been, and are now, depressed by the most intolerable slavery in the different parts of the world, because the strong hand of power has bolted them in the dungeon of despotism. Review the present situation of the nations of Europe, which is pretended to be the freest quarter of the globe. Cast your eyes on the countries called free there. Look at the country from which we are descended, I beseech you, and although we are separated by everlasting, insuperable partitions, yet there are some virtuous people there, who are friends to human nature and liberty. Look at Britain. See there the bolts and bars of power. See bribery and corruption defiling the fairest fabric of that ever human nature reared. Can a gentleman who is an Englishman, or who is acquainted with the English history, desire to prove these evils? See the efforts of a man descended from a friend of America. See the efforts of that man, assisted even by the king, to make reforms. But you find the faults too strong to be amended. Nothing but bloody war can alter them. See Ireland. That country groaned from century to century without getting their government amended. Previous adoption was the fashion there. They sent for amendments from time to time, but never obtained them, though pressed by the severest oppression, till 80,000 volunteers demanded them, sword in hand, till the power of Britain was prostrate, when the American resistance was crowned with success. Shall we do so? If you judge by the experience of Ireland, you must obtain the amendments as early as possible. But I ask you again, where is the example that a government was amended by those who instituted it? Where is the instance of the errors of a government rectified by those who adopted them? I shall make a few observations to prove that the power over elections which is given to Congress is contrived by the federal government, that the people may be deprived of their proper influence in the government by destroying the force and effect of their suffrages. Congress is to have discretionary control over the time, place, and manner of elections. The representatives are to be elected, consequently, when and where they please. As to the time and place, gentlemen have attempted to obviate the objection by saying that the time is to happen once in 2 years, and that the place is to be within a particular district or in the respective counties. But how will they obviate the danger of referring the manner of election to Congress? Those illuminated genii may see that this may not endanger the rights of the people, but in my unenlightened understanding it appears plain and clear that it will impair the popular weight in the government. Look at the Roman history. They had 2 ways of voting, the one by tribes and the other by centuries. By the former numbers prevailed, in the latter riches preponderated. According to the mode prescribed, Congress may tell you that they have a right to make the vote of the one gentleman go as far as the votes of 100 poor men. The power over the manner admits of the most dangerous latitude. They may modify it as they please. They may regulate the number of votes by quantity of property, without involving any repugnancy to the Constitution. I should not have thought of this trick or contrivance had I not seen how the public liberty of Rome was trifled with by the mode of voting by centuries, whereby one rich man had as many votes as a multitude of poor men. The plebeians were trampled on till they resisted. The patriarchs trampled on the liberties of the plebeians till the latter had the spirit to assert their right to freedom and equality. The result of the American mode of election may be similar. Perhaps I may be told that I have gone through the regions of fancy, that I deal in noisy exclamations and mighty professions of patriotism. Gentlemen may retain their opinions, but I look on that paper as the most fatal plan that could possibly be conceived to enslave a free people. If such be your rage for novelty, take it and welcome, but you shall never have my consent. My sentiments may appear extravagant, but I can tell you that a number of my fellow citizens have kindred sentiments, and I am anxious, if my country should come into the hands of tyranny, to exculpate myself from being in any degree the cause, and to exert my facilities to the utmost to extricate her. Whether I am gratified or not in my beloved form of government, I consider that the more she had plunged into distress, the more it is my duty to relieve her. Whatever may be the result, I shall wait with patience till the day may come when an opportunity shall offer to exert myself in her cause.
But I should be led to take that man for a lunatic, who should tell me to run into the adoption of a government avowedly defective in hopes of having it amended afterwards. Were I about to give away the meanest particle of my own property, I should act with more prudence and discretion. My anxieties and fears are great lest America, by the adoption of this system, should be cast into a fathomless bottom. I must now conclude, but I have not gone through all I intended to say, and I beg to be indulged at another time. End Anti Federalist Paper, Section 56, Patrick Henry, Virginia Ratifying Convention, Monday, June 9, 1788. End Anti Federalist Papers.